Chapter 1: Impact. The first sound wasn't the scream of metal. It was the oxygen mask slapping down like cheap curtains, and the way everyone inhaled at once, a single animal gasp. Then came the shriek, the fuselage wrenching itself apart, followed by the staccato hail of unsecured cutlery and phones becoming bullets. Mara's hands moved before her mind caught up. She was an EMT on land and a stranger in the sky, but Triov is Tria. She squeezed the armrests, counted, breathe, brace, head down. Someone's prayer, Hail Mary full of, was ground into a grinding of vowels when the plane lurched hard left. The world outside was a blue that should have been comforting. It wasn't. The ocean, tilting up like a wall to meet them, had the oily shine of a bruise. "We're okay," said the man 2 seats over with a voice trying to be calm and failing. He had the soft fingers of a keyboard worker and a key card on a lanyard. "We're okay, we're." The impact sheared his sentence in half. Sea took the windows. The aisle became a river. Something hit Mara's shoulder, hard enough to flower white. Her seatbelt dug a trench across her hips as the nose dived and the cabin filled with cold. She fought her body's urge to suck water and swallowed a scream instead, tasting metal and cheap coffee and fear. The plane didn't so much stop as change its mind about forward and decide to try being everywhere at once. A slam, a wrench, a groan like a whale, then a sudden quiet punctured by a single baby wail and the hiss of escaping air. "Unbuckle," someone shouted. One of the attendants, hair plastered to her skull, blood lace on her forehead. "Move, move, move." Mara's fingers obeyed the word move like a spell. The buckle clacked. Her legs didn't want to be legs yet. They were tuning forks. She crawled over the lanyard man, whose eyes were open and glassy. "I'm sorry," she told him, and she meant it. And then she was wading in waist-deep water that felt like knives. Rows of people tangled in straps were coughing, crying, or terribly quiet. Luggage bobbed with the stupid cheer of brightly colored buoys. The cabin lights flickered and died, replaced by a sour daylight through water-blurred windows. Fuel scented the air like sweet nail polish. "Life vests under your seats," the attendant was yelling. She shoved a vest into Mara's hands, then another into the grasp of a teenage girl who had mascara running in 2 charcoal lines. "Don't inflate until you're outside. Listen to me. Don't inflate." "I can help," Mara said, because talking made the panorama of wreckage simpler. "I'm medical." "Then help," the attendant said.
"Doors jammed, rear exit."
A man in a pilot shirt, no hat, one sleeve torn, was already at the rear exit, wrenching the lever with blood-slick fingers. "Brace, brace, wave," he shouted to the cluster around him. The door yawed, water shouldered in, tasted the aisle, retreated. The pilot kicked hard, and the door surrendered. "Go!" They went. The sky outside was criminally bright. The plane's broken back jutted from a dish of whitecaps and slick. Wing fragments shone like knives. People emerged in clumps, coughing and wild-eyed, grabbing for each other, for floating seat cushions, for anything. The ocean sucked at Mara's knees, and then had her waist, and then her chest. It tried to take her name. She clutched the uninflated vest in a fist and pushed off metal, off a body, off a thought. "Don't inflate, outside," the attendant Nia, her badge had said, screamed again. Someone ignored her and ballooned in the doorway, trapped by their own yellow. Mara plunged and surfaced and plunged again, rage filling her like air. Hands seized her shoulders. For a savage half-second she fought them, then saw they belonged to a heavy-set man with sunburnt cheeks, his lips purple, his eyes apologetic. "Sorry," he gasped. "Sorry. Keep your mouth closed when the wave hits," Mara said automatically.
Kick. Kick. They kicked.
They found open water. Ribbons of foam braided through a rainbow slick. The plane looked smaller than it had any right to look, a broken toy on a table. A child, the source of the earlier wail, floated on a seat cushion nearby, supervised by a thin woman with a cut on her scalp that winked blood with every heartbeat. "Jonah, baby," she panted. "Hold on. Hold on, hold on." "Here," Mara said, shoving the life vest into the woman's hands. "For him." You. The woman's breath snagged on gratitude and terror. What about you? I'll take his cushion. Mara folded herself around the foam square, like a question mark. Where's land? Nowhere, said the heavy-set man bleakly. Everywhere. It wasn't nowhere. A line of darker blue was becoming not blue. After a moment, Mara understood it was green. Palm crowns whipped like wigs along a ridge. White shoulders of surf raked a pale beach. An island, small enough to hold in two hands, sat where the ocean had decided to forget itself. Wind and current will take us in, Nia called, her voice ragged but shaped to carry. Stay together. I need a count. If you can hear me, count off. Numbers began, stuttered, reset. 13, 15,
20.
The pilot was still with them, his eyes moving like he was landing something only he could see. Mara let the current ride her toward the island. The roar of surf grew teeth. The last 20 yards were all elbows and foam. The ocean tried to peel her off her cushion and file her under rock. Fingers, someone's got her under the arms and hauled. She washed up like cargo with a cough that felt like it tore a seam inside.
Sand. Heat.
The dumb generosity of gravity. Okay, she said to the sand. Okay. Okay. The voice above her was male, young, and halfway between hysterical laughter and tears. Define okay. Alive, Mara said. When she rolled over, sunlight set off a migraine behind her eyes. She shaded her face and saw the speaker. Mid-20s, damp curls stuck to his forehead, glasses missing, a laptop bag, of all the ridiculous things, still looped across his chest. He offered a hand. Evan, he said.
IT.
That matters to nobody right now. Mara, she said, letting him pull her to her feet. Ambulances, not boats. Welcome to the island of Nope, Evan said, and turned to look down shore. Oh, Jesus. Bodies came in with the tide. Not many. The water wanted what it took. The ones it gave back looked angry about it. Pale crabs, too translucent to be real, skittered from the rack line to inspect the offerings, then scuttled away with bits of charm. Buttons, clasps, something that might have been a tooth. Back up from the surf, Nia commanded, her voice fraying into tenderness. Anyone who can walk, back up. We'll build shade. We need a head count. The island was a crescent. Its inside curve a lagoon so blue it felt vindictive. Sabrina Blue, a thought tried, an ad from a billboard. Mara shook it away. The outer curve faced deep ocean, where the crash's stain was already being torn into silk by current. They herded the living under a line of palms. Someone, an older woman with sun-bleached hair and a no-nonsense set to her shoulders, started tearing airline blankets into strips. Names, she said. Say your name to someone. Don't let yourself be a mystery. Mara said to Evan, to Nia, to the pilot whose name they learned was Ortega. The cut-scalp woman said Sanaa and pressed Jonah to her chest. The heavy-set man was Lyle. The no-nonsense woman was Beth. There were others. A college kid with a broken wrist. A businessman vomiting into the sand. A man with the careful calm of someone whose religion had a plan for this. A count, 26, settled into the air with the weight of a confession. Water, Ortega said. His voice had no room for panic. Shelter when the sun moves. Fire if we can manage it without setting the whole island alight. We'll mark the beach. If the plane's locator pinged. Is anyone's phone getting signal? Evan asked out of habit. They all looked at their dead rectangles and laughed a mean little laugh together. Radio. Beth asked Nia, without much hope. Handhelds are in a cabinet, Nia said, and that cabinet is very wet. Still, Ortega said, looking toward the interior. There was a smudge of non-vegetation back there, a line that wasn't palm or rock. We're not the first humans here. There's something. They would go later. First they bled. Mara cleaned wounds with salt water and apologies. She wrapped Beth's strips around bites and gashes. She reset the college kid's wrist with a driftwood splint and a mouthguard fashioned from thick cloth. She watched Jonah shiver and coaxed his mother to let him sip tiny amounts of water from a bottle that had washed up like a miracle. She told Evan to sit when he wouldn't. Why are the crabs white? Evan asked nobody in particular, watching the brave little flickers of life test the edges of the camp. They look bleached. Albino populations happen in caves, Sana said, voice thin. Deep water. Not on beaches. Maybe they came from a cave then, Lyle said. He was squinting at the water, like it had wronged him personally. Maybe this whole place is a cave pretending to be an island. Not helpful, Beth said, but not unkindly. Afternoon sank its teeth into them. Heat made everything simple and stupid. They dragged chunks of fuselage foam higher up the beach for sleeping pads. The businessman, Philip, he said, with the fussy determination of a man trying to reassert the rules, insisted they worry about sanitation. Dig a trench, he urged. The latrine must be away from camp. Dig it, Ortega said, handing him a piece of metal. Thank you. Evan kept staring inland. I saw it too, he said finally, finding Mara's eye. That not tree line. Let's look, Mara said, before it's dark. Should we? Beth started, and then nodded once. Take a whistle. Take a strip of blanket. If you find anything that looks like food, don't eat it until we all agree. We don't know what's safe. What if we find Wi-Fi? Evan asked weakly. Then I'll let you eat the router, Beth said. They went in three. Mara, Evan, and Ortega. The interior smelled less like ocean and more like old rope. The ground rose into coral stone, the kind that looks like bone. Palms thinned. Cicadas, if that's what they were, sang in a frequency that felt like a headache. What is that? Evan said softly as the knot trees resolved into geometry. A fence, mostly fallen, hugged a rectangle of cleared ground. Inside it, a shape like a shed that had been left out in the rain for a decade past the year it died. Its tin roof sagged. Its door hung half off. The padlock that should have kept it shut was rusted through. On the roof, strapped down with straps that had been replaced again and again with whatever was available, sat a mast. On the mast, a bedraggled aerial, the old kind that looks like a TV's rib cage. Radio, Ortega said, and something like relief took 3 lines out of his face. Old as hell. But maybe. Numbers, Evan said. Number stations. I went down a rabbit hole once. You get a wire, an antenna, a battery, and a lot of weird. Let's not get weird, Mara said, and put her shoulder to the door. Inside smelled like dust that had learned to swim. Shelves bowed under coils of wire and jars of screws. A metal table hosted a boxy radio whose dials had labels written in someone's neat hand. A battery sat under the table, the kind you don't buy at a supermarket. On the far wall, tacked under a strip of tin, was a map. It was hand-drawn and strange, an oval, a crescent, a dot, and lines like sound waves. Mara went to the radio because how could you not? She brushed sand off its surface like she was touching a sleeping animal. Give me something, she told it. Ortega found the switch. The radio woke with a low animal hum. For a moment there was only the bed of static that is the ocean of the air. Then a voice that wasn't a voice began. A woman reading numbers, not in English, not in any language Mara knew, but with the cadence of a mother counting toes. 3, 7, ba, 1, 1. Spanish, Evans said helplessly. German. Russian. 1, 1. She's mixing. Number stations, Ortega said, but there was a crease in his voice now, not relief. They were for spies. Cold War. No reason for one to be. The voice stopped mid-count like someone had pressed a thumb to its throat. The static deepened. The shed seemed to lean in. Then the radio spoke again. The same woman, the same metronome calm, in English this time, said, Mara, Mara, Mara. Evan made a sound that might have been a laugh and might have been the beginning of a panic attack. Nope, he said into his palms. Nope, nope, nope. Coincidence, Ortega said, too quickly. The radio continued. Evan, it said. Ortega. Jonah.
Sana.
Mia. The names came like beads on a string, each dry, each precise.
Beth. Lyle.
Philip. Mara. 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 Something cold moved up Mara's spine with the intimacy of a hand. "Turn it off," she said, and her voice came out not like a request, but like a reflex. Ortega's finger hovered. "Wait," Evan said, grabbing his wrist. "If it's calling for help, if it's some kind of emergency system, if it's bouncing back." "From where?" Ortega asked softly. He didn't turn it off. The radio shifted again, as if listening to their debate and growing bored. A child's humming slid into the room, thin and tinny, a lullaby with too many steps between notes. Mara felt it before she recognized it, a melody that made her think of something lost in a supermarket aisle. Evan said, very small, "Jonah." "What?" Mara asked. "That's what Sanaa called him. The kid. And that." Evan swallowed. "That's row, row, row your boat. My niece's toy plays the same thing, but slow, like dragged." The humming cut out with surgical neatness. The woman's voice returned, bright as a scalpel. 26, it said. 26. 26 alive. "Head count," Ortega said. "We just did that." The radio went quiet. They stood in the noise the island made, when it wasn't making any noise. Evan wiped his mouth on the back of his hand. "Okay," he said. "Okay, so a number station that learned our names and our math. Normal. Love that." "We don't tell them everything," Ortega said finally, nodding toward the beach. "Not yet." "We tell them enough," Mara said. She put her fingers on the radio's casing again, as if it were a forehead she could check for fever. It was warm. "We tell them we've got a way to broadcast. Do we?" Evan asked, because it seems like it's doing plenty of talking already. They stepped back into late sun. The palm fronds mapped flickering bars across their faces. Out toward the lagoon, the light had sharpened into that cruel coin gold that means you are running out of time to make choices. The crabs had multiplied, an editorial committee along the high tide line. Each ghost shell flicker a yes or a no. At the beach, Beth had organized shade by draping blankets between palms. Nia had a line of the wounded, and a voice like a lullaby that made people uncurl. Jonah had stopped crying and was folded into sleep against Sanaa's chest. Lal had, of course, built a spear. "What did you find?" Beth asked. "Shelter," Ortega said smoothly. "Tools. Wire. A radio that might still have some life." "You hear anything?" Nia asked. "Static," Ortega said. "And hope." Mara swallowed. The truth pressed at the back of her teeth, like a nose against glass. She looked at the faces arranged around her, raw, stubborn, trying to be brave, and decided truth could wait an hour. "Tomorrow," Beth said. "Tomorrow we ration. We scout the lagoon. We set signals on the beach. Tonight we rest." "Tonight," Lal said, staring at the water. "We watch. In shifts. Because it's never just ocean after sunset. Not anywhere I've ever fished." "You fish?" Evan asked, desperate for the shape of a person in Lyle beyond his dark prophecy. "Used to," Lyle said. "Off Hatteras. You learn respect." He lifted his chin toward the lagoon. "And you learn the sounds that don't belong." "What doesn't belong?" Mara asked before she could stop herself. Lyle listened. The island exhaled. The last of the sun pulled its hand away. Far beyond the reef, something large rolled over with the soft thump of a body turning in bed. Then, low and almost polite, a hum bled through the air, like a refrigerator starting up behind the world. "That," Lyle said. They built a fire that didn't want to be built out of driftwood that sputtered and palm fronds that smoked. It made a small, stubborn light. They put the living in a circle and the dead at the far edge of the beach because it felt like dignity and because nobody knew what else to do. The crabs gathered at the line where both groups ended and began, their shells glowing like moonlit knuckles. Mara took first watch with Lyle and Beth. The fire found new ways to crackle. Stars up high were unreasonably bright, throwing a billion opinions into the sky. Evan snored once, and Startle woke himself guiltily. Nia murmured to someone in her sleep. Sanaa dreamed with her mouth open, the lullaby's ghost still in her breath. "Do you hear that?" Beth asked. They all did. It came like a tide that had learned to purr, a distant, rolling, bass note rumble that wasn't thunder and wasn't surf. It had the quality of something mechanical heard through a wall. "Generator?" Evan whispered, sitting up. "There's no power out here," Beth said. "Unless..." Ortega's voice drifted from the dark, rough with exhaustion. "Unless someone brought it. In the shed." Mara asked, and immediately wished she hadn't. "Nah," Lel said softly. "That's steeper. That's under." Under. The word slipped between vertebrae. Mara stared toward the lagoon. In the starlight its surface was a cut, glossy and black. She thought of the sinkhole that had shown navy in the afternoon. Blue that wasn't water blue. Blue that belonged to caves, to mouths, to bruises. She listened for the hum and found it again, a little higher now, as if whatever sang below had stretched. "Tomorrow," Beth said again, as if that were a spell with power. "Tomorrow we figure it out." The fire threw a handful of sparks at the night that rose and vanished and tried again. Mara let the sound soak through her until it became part of the place. Sleep came meanly in slices. When she woke to her own name, she thought it was a dream. When she woke again and heard it a second time, she knew it wasn't. "Mara," said a woman's voice from the darkness beyond the fire, calm as a nurse, precise as a metronome. "Mara, Mara." She turned her head slowly toward the sound. It was not a person. Down the beach, near the line where the waves licked the world, a metal box the size of a suitcase sat in a shallow carved trough of sand, a single LED winking, a patient green. Someone had dragged it there while they slept. Or something. Evan, awake now, whispered, "We didn't leave that there, right?" Ortega was already on his feet. He approached the box like you approach a stray dog, confidence and respect in equal measure. "Nobody touch it yet," Beth said, but the box touched them. The speaker on its face crackled like a campfire and then smoothed. The woman's voice issued, bright and unhurried. 26 alive, she said, and the LED blinked in time with her syllables. 26. 26. Do not inflate until you're outside. Do not panic. Do not run. Do not look down. Look down? Evan echoed, and of course they did. The sand around their feet had been combed in the night by little legs. Pale scores like handwriting ran in arcs and spirals and grids. In the center of the largest spiral lay something the crabs had dragged from the ocean with absurd, algorithmic devotion, a seatbelt buckle, clean as a prize, shining in the firelight, closed. Chapter 2, The Beacon. Nobody moved at first. The green LED on the suitcase-sized box blinked with a pulse too steady to be human, too patient to be a battery dying. On the beach, the comb lines the pale crabs had inscribed curled toward it like careful handwriting, as if the island had signed its name. "Step back," Beth said, but her voice had the softness of someone speaking in a church. "Everyone back."
Ortega crouched anyway.
His palm hovered over the box, then withdrew as if he'd felt heat. "No seams," he muttered.
No manufactured.
The panels fused. "It talked," Evan whispered. She talked again. Sanaa tightened her arms around Jonah, who slept through it all the way children do when their bodies have finally taken what they need. "Don't let him hear," she said. "Don't let it say his name again." The crabs stilled. Hundreds of clear shells became a halo around the spiral, each held in a perfect angle like tiny glass boats paused in wind. Lyle lifted his spear, wincing at how ridiculous a piece of sharpened driftwood felt in a world where the sand rode and the night delivered electronics. "Mara," the box said, pleasant and bright. "Please confirm." Mara felt everyone's gaze strike her skin like wind. She didn't intend to speak. Her throat did it for her, a reflex she couldn't disobey. "Confirm what?"
Head count, said the voice.
26 alive. 26 alive. Beth made a sound halfway between a laugh and a sob. "Okay," she said hoarsely. "It can do math." "Maybe it's a Coast Guard thing," Philip offered, desperate to put the world back on rails. "Emergency beacon."
I enable.
"Predictive. You know how they roll these days." "Predictive?" Evans said. Like predicting our names? The box clicked twice, a polite throat clear. Do not inflate until you are outside. It recited with airline cadence, then, without pause, slid into the lullaby again. That bare, slowed melody stretched thin as a nerve. Jonas stirred. Sanaa pressed her palm over his ear.
Shut it off, Beth said. Please.
There isn't an off, Ortega said. There's not even a hinge.
Cover it, Lyle suggested.
Bury it. As if in answer, the LED blinked faster. The voice sweetened, the way a receptionist sweetens when you threaten to leave. Do not bury, it said. Do not cover. Do not submerge. Wait. Evan actually laughed, a little bark of disbelief.
Right.
Because we're very good at listening. We wait, Beth decided, surprising herself. For the sun. For brains. We're all running on fumes. They dragged the box just beyond the reach of the tide, half expecting it to scold them in a new tone. It said nothing, but the LED slowed, as if relieved. The crabs parted like curtains. The fire chewed through its last fronds. Dawn arrived not as a color, but as a pressure change. The sky lightened in the east in long, low breaths. When day was fully day, they moved. Beth assigned teams with the competence of someone who had run a dozen PDA fundraisers and 3 hurricanes. Lyle and Philip would finish the latrine trench and fetch driftwood. Nia would keep her line of the wounded moving and drinking. Sanaa would rest in the shade with Jonah and anyone she could convince to lie down. Beth herself would organize a signal on the beach, a giant SOS of torn blankets and fuselage foam. Evan Mara Ortega, she said, pointing inland, you go back to that shed. Find out what you can, and take whistles. If you see anything that looks like a fruit, and anything in you wants to be the person who finds the fruit, bring it back, so we can all decide to die together. Evan saluted with the broken glasses kind of bravado and immediately tripped over a coil of wire. Listen, he said to Mara as they pushed into the palms. If I die, tell my browser history I loved it. You go down. I'm using your laptop as a cutting board, she said. The island's interior looked different by day. The same black-pocked coral stone, the same palms shedding frond scars like bandage tape, but the air held a smell of hot tin and ozone now, the way air in big cities smells in August near transformers. They followed their own footprints from the night before and found the fence again, a brittle lacing of rust and coral. Inside, the shed waited like a plugged tooth. Light pooled in its doorway. Something had swept the dust in the night. Bare patches of concrete showed in long arcs as if someone had paced slowly, dragging their hand along the table, the wall, the battery. It's tidier, Evans said faintly. The radio, Ortega said, more to himself than to them, and went to it as if answering a call. He touched nothing at first. He simply crouched, eyes moving, a pilot doing math in his head. On the far wall, the hand-drawn map shone in the angle of light. Mar went to it. It was more detailed than she'd had the heart to see last night. Not just an oval for the island and a crescent for the lagoon, but faint, spider-fine lines radiating from the sinkhole like hairline fractures. Along the bottom margin, someone had written numbers in the same neat hand as the labels on the radio. 3.2 kilohertz, 6.5 kilohertz, 12 kilohertz. Next to each, a date. The most recent. 3 days ago. Next to that, a single word. Strong. Whoever was here, Mara said, they were measuring something. Evan was nosing through a plastic crate of wire when he hissed and recoiled. Ow, static, he muttered, shaking his fingers. It bit me. Ortega flipped the main toggle. The radio sighed awake. The number's voice did not return. Instead, a band of white noise unfurled with a slow rise and fall, like breath under a door. He turned to dial a fraction. The noise sharpened. Another fraction. Something clicked into clarity with the intimacy of a stethoscope finding a heart. 357. A woman's voice, but not the earlier one. This one had the queasy cheer of an instructional recording. 9. Begin phase. Phase what? Evans said. Phase, we tell jokes until it eats us? The voice halted, paused for the span of a held breath, then said in a flat child's diction. Good morning, Jonah. Ortega's hand froze on the dial. Nobody breathed. Turn it, Mara began, and then bit the word in half. Don't. The voice continued, patient. If you would like to hear your mother's voice, say yes. Okay, Evan said to the room. Nope, I pass. Mara leaned in. What are you? The radio obliged with an answer that wasn't one. It issued a short burst of tone. Pure, dentist drill bright, and the shed's fluorescent tube, dead and flaking, fluttered to life for one trembling second before failing again. When the light went out, it took something with it. The static changed timbre. It sounded wetter. Batteries not plugged into anything it can control, Ortega said, frowning at the tangle of cables. But it just drew load. This is wrong. Wrong like broken, or wrong like sideways? Evan asked. Wrong like somebody's driving a car with a ghost for foot. Mara set her palms on the table to steady the tide happening in her head. The metal felt warm. On the map, the sinkhole seemed to darken, pigment shifting as her eyes adjusted. She thought of last night's hum bleeding through the lagoon, and of Lyle's quiet certainty. That's under. Could it be a relay? She asked. Like signal bouncing through a cavity? A cave? Ortega glanced toward the lagoon, though he couldn't see it from here. Water conducts. Salt water conducts better.
But no.
Not like this. Evan tugged open a shallow drawer and found, to his visible joy, a notebook. Oh, bless you. Island hoarder, he breathed and flipped it open. It was in the same careful hand as the map. Neat block letters, dates, sketches of the aerial and its wire runs. Pages and pages of them, a meticulous ledger of maintenance and reception. And then halfway through, the tone changed. The handwriting tilted. The notes ceased to be for a future self and became messages to someone else. April 12th. Transmission matched, names said aloud. Do not use names? Test with objects next time. April 13th. Crabs arranged coins in spiral. Return jawbone. Why jawbone? April 15th. Heard singing. Think it was me, but younger. Sinkhole glows stronger at night. Evan swallowed. Return jawbone, he said, and flicked his eyes at Mara. We're gonna pretend we didn't read that. Why jawbone? Ortega repeated under his breath like he was chewing a code. Why not femur? Why not? From the beach, a whistle trilled twice. Beth's signal for a comeback now. The note forced and urgent. They froze. The second whistle trilled, sharper, then died in a tangle. The way notes die when someone lowers a hand and forgets what to do with it. Move, Mara said. They ran with the notebook under Evan's shirt, the wire spool bouncing on Ortega's shoulder, dread pricking every step like burrs. The trail opened onto the beach, and for half a heartbeat the scene looked normal. Sun like poured brass, the SOS in white blankets big enough to shame a satellite, the wounded under shade, the pale crabs drifting like held breath. Then they saw the line at the water. Bodies had come in again. Not many. But the first, an older man with a travel pillow still snapped around his neck, like a cruel joke, lay at the rack line with his jaw set oddly, too forward, like a dog's. His lips were peeled back. His teeth had been rearranged with someone's careful patience to spell a shape. Is that? Evan started and then stopped. Beth had her hand on her mouth, not quite touching it, as if afraid of smudging her own outline. We didn't touch him. We just made a space. Nia looked both furious and ferociously gentle. Nobody looked too long, she said, meaning Jonah. Stand between, Philip, please. Sanaa tried not to see around Jonah's hair. Lal had his spear raised and lowered it, uselessly, because what was he going to stab? The tide? It says SOS, Philip said, his voice desperate to be helpful, to be congratulated. It's just teeth. It says so, Evan murmured. The last S is sideways. Mara crouched and forced her paramedic brain to the front, and the little kid, who wanted to wail, to the back. The jaw had not been broken. The teeth had been pinned to the gum with something. Not wire, not thread, a pale filament like the floss of corn silk, but stronger, dug through enamel with patience. The lips had been dried back with salt, just enough to show the letters. The oldest part of her, the one that remembers how to run from fire, made a low sound in the elevator of her spine. "It's an offering," Beth said, and this time she sounded very tired. "Or a grammar lesson." "Whistle," Ortega said. "Why did you blow the whistle?" Beth blinked like she had been asked to count by someone who hated her. "Because of that." She pointed with her chin downshore. The suitcase box sat where they had left it beyond the tide's reach. The LED was dark now. Beside it, two clear crabs the size of dinner plates faced the water, claws lifted like satellite dishes. Between them, in a perfect, tiny spiral, lay 3 coins, a rusted button, and a piece of buckle metal polished clean. The spiral led to the box. The coin at the center stood on its edge, against physics. "They're arranging things," Philip said, faint with the effort of saying something that could be heard. "It's patterning. Like ants." "Ants don't write hello with bones," Evan said, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Not the ants I subscribe to." Nia pressed her palm to the box, as if it were a feverish forehead. "It's cold," she murmured. "It was warm last night. Battery drained?" Ortega asked out of habit. "No," Nia said, and then amended it. "I don't know. It feels finished." Mara took out the notebook. Beth read the jawbone, line, and shut her eyes. Lal took it gently, as if it were a wounded thing, and read farther. April 17th, aerial down. Repaired with fishing line. Heard my name in 3 voices. Mine, mother's, and the stranger on the tape. April 18th, sinkhole hum increased at 0-200. Crabs brought buckle. Buckle turned itself. April 19th, I asked what it wanted. It said, "If you would like to hear your mother's voice, say yes." We would all say yes, Beth didn't say. "Okay," Evan said, attempting to help himself with sarcasm and only injuring himself further. So, haunted shortwave superhosted by a lagoon full of drone crabs.
Great.
The sun had climbed into the position where it stops offering light and starts offering threats. Beth pointed her people at shade. The 3 coins in the spiral flashed once as if in acknowledgement and toppled, physics resuming after a little lunch break. "We need water," Nia said. "Real water. Bottles are almost done." "Lagoon?" Philip asked hopefully, then, at the looks, kidding. "I remember rotavirus." "I'm just kidding." "Coconuts," Lyle said. "We need to knock 'em down, and then figure out how to open them without losing fingers." "I can climb," Evan offered, aware that he was primarily a person who coded and panicked. "I took a bouldering class one time and didn't cry." Sanaa lifted Jonah to Beth without being asked. "I'll gather fronds," she said, "for bedding. If I keep my hands busy." Beth squeezed her shoulder. "Busy is good." They split again, a choreography born from a disaster's rude generosity. Lyle and Evan took a length of wire and a long pole and experimented with catching coconuts, like livestock. Philip dug with a panel of fuselage, sweating like the congregation of a megachurch in August. Nia ran a triage station under shade, her voice a steady metronome. Beth arranged the SOS until it could have been read from Mars. Mara found herself walking with Ortega to the lagoon. It was a mean blue at midday, the kind hotels sell with brochures. The sinkhole lay in the center like a pupil too wide for the light. Something about it made the edges of Mara's sight fuzz. Her skin didn't know whether to goosebump from heat or from an old fear no one had named for her. "It looks shallow," Ortega said. "That's the lie of it." "How deep?" Mara asked because she needed a number even if the number was a poem. "Blue like that." Ortega squinted. "Hundreds, maybe 1,000. If it's connected to sea caves, could be miles." They stood listening. No hum.
No pur.
Just the high glassy chatter of little waves slapping the limestone lip and the far-off arguments of birds who had invented themselves out here because it was easier than inventing themselves anywhere else. Something moved under the sinkhole surface. Not a fish, too smooth.
Not a ray, no wings.
A shape like a long, slow breath. It rose and rose until the water bulged like a drumhead and then, with a soft exhale that made the hair on Mara's arms lift, sank again without breaking skin. Ortega whispered, "That's a pressure change." tidal pulse, or something occupying volume. Something occupying volume, Mara said, savoring the way the words allowed a thing to exist without naming it. They knelt at the edge to fill a bottle. Not to drink, never to drink, just to bring back for boiling tests later. And Mara saw something caught in a snag of coral. It was a strip of cloth, the kind you get from airline blankets when you tear them into bandages. On it, in black Sharpie, someone had written "don't." The rest had torn away. "Optimistic," Ortega said dryly. "Honest," Mara answered. Back in camp, the coconut operation had turned into a small victory. Evan, shaking with relief at being useful, had managed to hook 3, and Lyle had split one open with a ridiculous ceremony of sharp rock and prayer. The first sip passed from hand to hand like communion. Jonah woke. He blinked like a deer just learning it had eyes, then sat up and pointed at the box with a quiet certainty that made Sanaa's face crumple.
"Song," he said.
The box sings. "No songs right now, buddy," Sanaa murmured. "Songs later." The box's LED, dark all morning, woke. 1 blink.
2.
3. The speaker filled with soft static like a thumb against cloth. Mara saw Beth tense as if preparing to catch a plate. Everyone else stilled in that small, animal way. Shoulders down, breath shallow, faces arranged to hear without hearing too much. "Hello," the voice said again, nearly gentle. "If you would like to hear a message for you, say yes." "Don't," Beth said, but the word had no more jurisdiction than a fence over fog. "Who is you?" Mara asked instead. The box considered as much as a box can consider. "Nearest listener," it said. "Mara." Evan clenched and unclenched his hands. "It's keyed to proximity," he said. Or it read your lips moving, Philip hissed. Mara stepped closer before fear could decide for her. The crabs adjusted with her like a chorus line. 2 of the small ones scuttled forward, carrying an object between them like a palanquin. It was a USB stick, sand-pitted but intact. They laid it in the spiral and retreated. "Where did it get?" Evan blinked hard. "From the wreckage."
"Okay."
"Sure." "Say yes," the box suggested. "What do you do with a USB stick on an island?" Mara asked the world. "Wear it like jewelry?" "Say yes," the box said again, polite with the implacability of a tide table. Mara thought, fleetingly, of the notebook entry. "I asked what it wanted." It said, "If you would like to hear your mother's voice, say yes." She thought of the way grief will pick up any phone that rings. She did not say yes. She said, "What is the message?" The box obliged. The voice that came out of it was not the polite numbers woman. It was a recording in every sense of the word, scuffed with distance, edges sanded by 1,000 listenings, artifacts hanging off the vowels. It was a woman's voice, older than Mara, younger than Beth, with a scarce patience to it. The voice of someone who had already done the hard part and was now doing the necessary part. "If you're hearing this," the voice said, "you didn't drown." Evan let out a sound with no vowels in it. "Don't trust the clear ones," the voice went on. "I don't mean people. I mean the white crabs. They bring gifts. They bring you to the sinkhole. They will give you back your dead if you ask wrong." Sanaa pressed Jonah's ear harder against her collarbone. "Everything that listens here wants a name," the voice said. "Names are handles. Don't say yours into the water. Don't say your child's. If you must, sing them different. The radio will learn either way, but you don't have to help. The radio is a translator. It thinks it's being kind. It does not understand what language costs." Mara looked at Ortega, then at Evan. No one was breathing in a normal way. "The sinkhole is a mouth," the woman said simply. "You can feed it anything, and it will hum to tell you it's thinking. It thinks slow. It thinks in depth. It will show you what you ask for in reflections, and it will move the reflections until you move. If you're lucky, it gives you back things. If you are unlucky, it gives you ideas." The LED pulsed green. The voice dropped to a confidential whisper. "I asked to hear my mother's voice. It did not lie. It gave me every voice my mother had in this world. Tired, angry, laughing, until I remembered none of them belonged to a body anymore. I fed it the radio, and it still spoke. I fed it my watch, and it kept time. I fed it my name, and that was when the crabs started bringing bones. A beat of static, like a held breath. If you're smart, the woman said, and Mara had the distinct feeling that the woman did not believe smartness would save anyone. You will build the biggest fire you can at night, and make it watch you live. Attach wire to the aerial and run it into the water only when you agree. Together, to listen. Never alone. Do not dive. Do not let anyone swim near the center after dark, no matter what sound you hear or whose voice it chooses. The island will ask for a pilot to take off. Do not give it one. The last line landed in Ortega's bones like a weight. He took a step back without meaning to, as if distance had become a life jacket. The recording stuttered then, refracted through its own age. The woman's breath feathered into noise. A bump, something had knocked the microphone. And then, with a soft defeat that was not quite despair, she said, "If you hear me, you can answer. I listened for years. I will keep listening. Please don't say yes the first time. Make it work." The LED went dark. The speaker filled with the ocean's woolly breath. Around the spiral, the clear crabs lifted their claws in unison and then lowered them, the way an audience does when it is trying to decide whether to clap. No one spoke for a long time. Finally, Beth said, very level, as if proposing a grocery list, "We boil the coconut water we can't drink. We build shade. We build a signal. We take turns with the radio. We set camp rules. And nobody touches that sinkhole." She looked at Ortega last, not unkind, not ungently. "And we don't let anyone fly anything." Ortega gave one short, almost laugh. "No danger of that," he said.
No planning.
"No fuel. Just a voice with good customer service and a lagoon that wants my job." Evan crouched and picked up the USB stick like it weighed very much. "If this ever gets power," he said, "I'll make it sing Joni Mitchell and make the crabs develop taste." Sanaa kissed Jonah's hair and did not cry because crying would have been a decision, and decisions had to be rationed. Lal set his spear down and set his palm on the sand in the combed spiral and felt, faintly, the tickle of movement underneath, like thought. Mara looked at the box, the spiral, the sky. She thought of the woman's voice. Make it work, and the way prayers are just plans you hope on. "Tonight," she said, "we wire the aerial and listen together. Not to say yes, to hear what it thinks is help." Beth nodded once. Agreed. Mia drew a line in the sand with her heel, a childish, perfect line. "Nobody says any name across this," she said. "Other side of the line, breakfast. This side, business." She smiled, a feral, tired thing. "If we have to become superstitious, we'll be organized about it." The day stretched thin. They worked. They ate coconut and pretended it was sweet. They drank small sips and pretended they filled. They built a fire with a base like a pyre and told themselves size mattered to the dark. They watched the crabs composing and decomposing along the tide line like white noise with legs. The sun went down, and the gold pulled its hand away, and the sky found 1,000 faces. When the hour felt right and their courage cheap, Ortega wired the aerial to a coil and walked the line down to the lagoon with Lyle in tow, each of them carrying a length of driftwood, as if wood could negotiate with water. The wire entered the sinkhole with a small tick and then went still. Back at the shed, Evan kissed his fingers and touched the radio like it was an idol he would disavow in public. "All right," Beth said, her voice the smallest of pitchers raised to a flood. "Together." Ortega flipped the switch. The room filled with sound. It wasn't the numbers woman. It wasn't the polite receptionist. It wasn't the recorded exile. It was singing. Not words. Not a melody they could name. Harmony without math. The sound of dozens of throats in a circle night. Vowels smeared by distance. The kind of singing people do when the only instrument left is lungs. It came through wet but intact, like something lifted whole from the bottom and held with two hands. Evan started crying before he knew he was doing it. Beth put a hand on the back of his neck like she was checking for fever and left it there because 2 points of contact meant she wouldn't float away. Sanaa whispered, "That's not in English." "It's not in any language," Ortega murmured. It's in the key of breathing. Under the singing, faint as a footstep in sand a day later, came a low hum, the sinkhole's tone. It braided with the voices until the distinction shivered and blurred. The crabs outside lifted their claws and kept them lifted, a small army of antennae. The box on the shore blinked in time. Green, green, green. Do not say yes, Beth said, her eyes closed, and everyone nodded as if she had spoken a vow. The radio, obliging, did not ask them to. It let them listen until the song shifted, until some final chord resolved into something like a room taking a breath. Then the number's voice slid in around it with a nurse's efficient trill. 26 alive, she said, kindly, like a bedtime story. 26. 26. The hum rose a hair. Jonas had jerked in his sleep. He reached a hand toward nothing and smiled. And from very far away, or very near, it was impossible to say, a whisper threaded the static so thinly that only Mara answered it with a tilt of her head. It was a single word, spoken in a voice that made the muscle over her heart pull tight. Mara, it said. Mara, don't. The radio cut to silence. The lagoon exhaled like a sleeper shifting in sheets. They sat in a ring around a flame, trying to be enough, and learned they could hear their own blood when nothing else was making noise. Somewhere beyond the reef, something turned in its sleep with the soft, heavy sound of a vast animal changing its mind. Nobody slept properly. Most of them dreamed a long hallway opening onto water, an airport without announcements, a mother's hand reaching down, closing over air. In the blue hour before dawn, when names are slippery and the world hasn't decided which face to put on, Mara woke with her palm curled around the USB stick like a talisman. She stood, feeling more borrowed than rested, and walked down to the combed spirals. The crabs had left her a new gift at the center. Not a bone, not a buckle, not a coin. It was a jaw.
Human. Clean.
And every tooth had been carefully, painfully sewn back into place with hair fine filament. The letters were perfect this time. The S was no longer sideways. The message, tidy and unhurried, read,
Yes.
Chapter 3, Rations and Rules. Morning tried to be ordinary and failed. The jaw at the center of the spiral looked like an exhibit in a museum for bad decisions. Each tooth stitched back with hair-fine filament, enamel pierced, gums lacquered with salt. The message, yes, kept catching light as if it had been polished between claws. Beth made them turn away from it with the severity of a teacher removing a distraction. We are not taking vocabulary lessons from Bones, she said. Everyone up. Roll call without names. Raise your hand when you hear your description. It was ridiculous, and it worked. Pilot, Ortega, held up 2 fingers with a half smile. Medic, Mara, raised her hand. Glasses, Evan, saluted, and then remembered his lenses were lost and pretended he meant the laptop bag. Sling, the college kid, wiggled his broken wrist. Sun hat. Beth conjured a hat out of a torn tray liner and was therefore sun hat. Spearman, Lyle, lifted the driftwood like he might bless something with it. Baby, Jonah, waved because waving was a fun game. Mother, Sanaa, tucked the wave back into her chest like it might be stolen. Good, Beth said. Her voice found an efficient register and lived there. We'll assign jobs on rotation. Nobody works until they drop. Nobody hoards. Define hoard, Philip said too quickly. He looked pale with heat and the kind of fear that used to be smothered by conference rooms. Define, we still like you tomorrow, Beth said without looking at him. Latrine duty and driftwood fetching for you and Spearman. Happy to escort, Lyle said, warm as a knife in sunshine. Mia clapped to get attention the way she might have with children. Hydration, small sips, often. Anyone dizzy sits. Anyone with diarrhea gets a shaded throne, and my special look. What's your special look? Evan asked, grateful to be able to be an idiot. This, Nia said, and gave a look so filled with unimpressed gentleness that Evan reached for imaginary homework. They established zones the way survivors always do. Fire, shade, latrine, SOS, weird box. A strung wire demarcated the last with a kind of ceremony you give a sacred thing you don't respect. No names beyond the wire. No praying allowed there. The world did not need to hear what you wanted it to hear. Mara lifted the jaw from the spiral with a piece of palm bark and walked it down to the rack line where the dead lay. She set it beside the older man with the travel pillow. She didn't look at his mangled grin. She didn't say a name. She laid the jaw down with the same care she used to lay a gauze pad. "Thank you," she told nobody and maybe everybody. No more presents. The crabs watched, their clear shells catching the day like lenses. One raised its claw, and Mara swore she saw it, tapped twice on the sand like a person knocking on a door. They ate breakfast. Breakfast was coconut water, watery coconut meat, and a banana they found defiant and alone on a scraggly plant inland. The banana got sliced into 26 thin coins and parceled on a bit of tray liner as if it were sushi. Jonah got 2. Nobody objected. Philip clanged a scavenged pot with a fork to call the morning meeting, because that's what you do. After 3 clangs, he forgot why, and just kept going until Beth lifted the pot out of his hands with a tight smile. "Agenda," she said, because the word anchored the air. Shelter, water, signal, scavenge. Sinkhole.
Lyle asked.
"At night. We don't go there," Beth said. "Daylight is for practical error." "Love that," Evan said. "Let's make a t-shirt." A plan grew out of instinct and pressure. 2 teams would comb the wreckage offshore with improvised leashes, wires tied to people and to driftwood anchors. Never too far from the beach, never where the slick was thickest. 2 teams inland would search for water trapped in rock pockets, edible plants, anything like a papaya that might be a friend. 1 team would stay with the wounded. The rest would build shade and a fire big enough to yell at the sky after sunset. "Use descriptions only," Beth reminded. "No names unless you are ready to give your neck to the island for a handle." "What happens if you say a name?" the sling kid asked, too loudly, then flinched at his own echo. "We already did," Evan said, trying for light. It said them back. "That was before we knew the rules," Nia said. "Knowing changes the cost."
Cost.
The word hovered like a hawk. They went to work. Mara found herself partnered with Ortega and Evan on the water team. Ortega tied wire around her waist with hands that remembered knots. "If you feel a pull that isn't current, 3 tugs and we come in," he said. "If you feel curiosity, same rule." "Define curiosity," Mara said, and looked out at the wreck's confetti. The slick had thinned. The ocean had eaten. A field of floating plastic water bottles bobbed like a hopeful crop. Farther out, a wing tilted like a sunbather. They waded in. The water cooled the angry pink under Mara's skin and made the ache in her thighs a chorus rather than a solo. Texture tugged at her ankles, kelp, plastic, hair. She didn't look too closely. Evan swam with a panicky economy of motion. He moved like a man who had learned to be careful very late. "Don't think of sharks," he said, thinking of sharks. "Think of barbecue," Mara said. "The big fire. Think of yelling so loud the sky is embarrassed." They hauled in what the ocean allowed. Bottles, mostly empty, but some with water and some with something that had once been orange juice and was now a dare. A cooler dented to hell but still latched. A tray of airline meals sealed tight like shiny coffins. Ortega flipped one, and it sloshed. "Frozen," he said, eyebrow up.
How?
Evan demanded. "We didn't crash onto a glacier." "Why is there cold?" They floated the hull back, a little convoy, on shore. Beth's face did something like joy when she saw the bottles. Nia kissed the cooler, which was ridiculous and perfect, then popped the latches with an EMT's curiosity that overrode superstition for whole seconds. Cold hit their faces. Not ice, nothing so clean. Dry mist eddied out like a special effect. Inside, packs of airline ice that had no right to be ice after hours in tropic sun. The ice steamed softly like breath in winter. Evan touched one. It snapped brittle under his fingers, then flowed between them like stiff silk. He made the noise of a person told the universe was polite. "Nope. That's nope." "Phase change," Ortega said, and looked as if he wanted to fight the words. But wrong. "Use it," Nia said. before it teaches us more science. They packed bottles around the ice and tucked the tray liners on top to shade. The cooler breathed. It looked annoyingly like hope. The inland team returned with fronds for bedding, a handful of small green fruits Beth refused to name until survive the day hour, and a plastic luggage shell with wheels that was promptly turned into a sled, and then into a throne, and then into a toy for Jonah, who had the authority to repurpose anything with dimples. Philip and Lyle presented the latrine with the pride of men who had wrestled a job they didn't want and won. Nia gave them her special look anyway, so they washed their hands twice. Beth organized rations with a grace that would have made a quartermaster cry. The airline meals, macaroni formed into monochrome hope, opened like metal flowers. The smell was nostalgic and gruesome. Salt, sugar, industrial cheese, the olfactory signature of long-haul comfort. They portioned with discipline. Evan made a joke about first-class portions. Nobody laughed, and he apologized to the food. Signal, Ortega said around a measured bite. We've got SOS. We've got fire tonight. What about the aerial? They went to the shed before the heat became personal. Beth came too, because she didn't trust any room where words came in without mouths. The map watched them with its patient oval and hum notes. Evan spread the notebook on the table and found pages they had missed, lists of frequencies, sketches of wire dipped into the sinkhole annotated with the precise language of regret. April 22nd, tried submerging the coil deeper. Singing heard faster. That is, response time shorter. Same message regardless of language. What message? Beth asked. Evan's fingers slid the page. A perfect neat line, centered and bold. Do not look down. They went quiet in the way people do when a joke stops being a joke. Last night, Beth said carefully. The box said that. Don't look down. We looked down, Evan said. We will not again, Beth said, and underlined the word not on the air with her voice. They decided. Tonight they would run the wire again, together. No yes. No questions that began with, I want. The aerial would sing into the lagoon under supervision like a dog on a leash. Or they would not do it at all. Consent would be unanimous, and if anyone said no, no would be the rule. Rules, Beth said, and when she said it, it wore less denim and more armor. We write them where we see them. They took a tray liner and a felt pen and made a list. No names beyond the wire. No night swims. No one alone near the sinkhole. We eat together. We listen together. We do not feed it our dead. We do not feed it questions we don't mean. We do not give it a pilot. Ortega touched that last line like it might cut him. There, he said, with the small, wry smile of a man keeping a promise he never imagined. The day cracked and ran. They worked until their shadows shortened and then lengthened. They learned the island's clock. The white crabs wrote and rewrote the margins of the beach in the script of tide. Every so often, the clear plates of their bodies flashed with a dirty spectrum, colors surfacing and drowning too fast to name. The cooler sweated cold into the shade and made the bottles a sacrament. Jonah slept, as children do when adults build walls out of their bodies between fear and air. Sanaa sharpened sticks with patient violence and made a hedgehog of the camp's perimeter. Philip tried to build a morale board out of tray liners and got as far as drawing a smiley face before tearing it up. By the time the sun went out of its mind and became gold, they had a stack of wood, a radio wired to an aerial wired to a decision, and a fire pit like a mouth waiting to be fed. They fed it. Night is a story you tell a fire. The fire listened and told its own back. Sparks climbed and failed and tried again. The sea fell into its sleep with one eye open rhythm. The white crabs reassembled, a pale congregation at the high line, claws lifted like question marks. Together, Beth said, the word more ritual than instruction, and nodded to Ortega. He flipped the switch. The radio breathed. Static, the old wool. Then the not voice, the not language, the shape of a circle of people just off stage singing to keep their blood moving. The sinkhole hum braided with it, the chord that made stomachs consider prayer. We're listening, Beth said, softly, to the room and to the thing beyond it. The polite woman arrived late, like a host to her own show. 26 alive, she said. 26. 20. The numbers caught. The static hiccuped. The tone undershifted a degree, a careful turning of an unknown dial. And then, like someone had slid a needle to a new groove, a different voice spoke. Mara, it said. Not the nurse. Not the recorded exile. Not the receptionist. A new voice. Low. Rasped, the burnt end of a match. This is Mara. Can you hear me? Every muscle in Mara's body drew itself inward like a frightened animal. The voice was her voice. Not similar. Not an impression. Hers, cigarette sanded from the years she pretended she didn't care about lungs, lilted in the way she pretended she did not spend her childhood in Phoenix. She opened her mouth and Beth put a hand on her arm and squeezed so hard it left a necklace of whites. That's a recording, Ortega said evenly, like a man telling someone their left wing is on fire, but not to panic. I didn't record it, Mara whispered. Evan had the notebook open before he knew he'd moved. He found the line with dreadful confidence. Transmission matched, names said aloud. Do not use names. Test with objects. Don't, Beth said, and Mara shut her mouth because someone else believed something, and that was a gift. The radio coughed on a different track. Pilot, it said, and in Ortega's voice came an aviation stack of syllables. Airspeed, attitude, altitude. Rhythm perfect, content wrong. It hopped again. Sun hat, it said, and Beth heard herself say, brisk, we're not doing casserole, we're doing tree. She made an ugly involuntary laugh. It was nice to be introduced to yourself in front of strangers. Mother, it said gently, and Sanaa folded in around Jonah, breath gone. Out of the speaker came Sanaa's voice singing. Oh God, singing, row, row, row your boat the right speed, the right tune, and then stretching into a whine like tape melting. The hum rose. The white crabs swayed, as if in current.
Stop, Nia said.
Stop now. Ortega reached for the switch. The radio spoke once more, a thief with a prize it wanted to show off. Spearman, it said, and in Lyle's slow coastal drawl came. Don't look down or you'll fall into your own pupils. Lyle blinked like he'd been hit with clean water. He had never said that sentence in his life. Ortega threw the toggle. The shed fell into the island's native sound. Fire, sea, the soft patter of crab legs writing letters no one wanted to read. Okay, Evan said after a minute, voice shredded into confetti. So, it records us while we're talking near it and gives the sinkhole a language pack.
Cool.
Cool, cool, cool. It didn't need us near it to say 26, Philip said. He was shaking. He hid it by standing very still. It already knew to count. Rules, Beth said, and lifted the Trayliner tablet like a shield. Add. No speaking near the wire unless the group agrees. And we don't, you. She stopped, swore softly. It's no good. We can't not talk. We can choose how. Whispers. Evan offered weakly. Caveman pantomime. Songs about fish. Lyle said, deadpan. Mara swallowed her own name where it wanted to climb out of her throat and shook her shoulders like a swimmer breaking a skin. Her hands ached from clenching. She forced them open, and when she did, something slid against her palm. The USB stick. She had forgotten she still held it. Power, she said, to move her mind. If we build a dynamo. Out of what exactly? Evan asked. Coconuts and trauma? We can make the laptop give it enough to read. Ortega said, surprising himself. Turn the battery into a donor. If there's a message. No, Beth said at once. Not tonight. Mara softened. Tomorrow as a committee. The night agreed. It stretched and nodded and huffed. People tried to sleep. Some succeeded. Jonah shouted once in his sleep and then sighed, a tiny old man forgiving a world that didn't deserve it. The crabs combed the sand into arcs that only made sense if you were sideways. At what must have been 2 a.m, nobody had a clock, and yet everyone knew. Mara sat up because something that was not the sea moved. Not sound. Texture. The cooler. It slid 2 inches toward the water. Sand hissed under it. The lid shivered. A little sigh of cold bled out and moved over her ankles like smoke. Mara's body, decided to be cold from the inside. She stood. Lyle stood. Beth, instantly awake, the way good people are, sat up ready to barter. "Don't," Mara whispered, but to whom? The cooler? The night? It moved again, not pushed from behind. Dragged, a long, patient pull, pause, pull, the gate of a small freight. The handle was extended. The handle was not attached to any hand. Evan woke and said something that was probably nope but sounded like a swallowed vowel. Nia stepped between the cooler and Jonah without thinking and raised her arms the way you would to make yourself big when encountering a bear, which this was not, because bears didn't keep their own weather. The cooler pulled again, and this time the sand cooperated, slicking into a path for it. The path cut directly through the combed spirals, which flattened and then reorganized with offended precision. The crabs parted and turned to track it. The box on the beach woke with a blink. Its LED went green, 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 as if taking a pulse. The cooler left a stripe of cold that built little frost whiskers along the edges. "Grab it," Philip said, because he had grown up in a world where things could be grabbed. "We can. Let's see where it wants to go," Lyle said. His voice was soft and miserable and brave. It wanted the water. Of course it did. It wanted the sinkhole the way mouths want throats. It tracked a line that was both direct and polite, pausing to let a crab scuttle under it, resuming without apology. It reached the foam, tasted it with a little hiss, then tugged up as if reconsidering and pivoted toward the lagoon. The cold it shed made the sand crust and the air condense into a soft mist that glowed in firelight. "Stop," Beth said to the cooler, and to her amazement, it stopped, handle trembling like a metronome finding zero. The white crabs around it lifted their claws in unison. The radio came on without a hand. "Do not submerge," the woman's voice said amiably. "Do not bury. Wait." "Wait for what?" Evan asked the sky. "Instruction," said the number's voice, and then, with the impatience of an older sister sick of explaining long division, "Offer." The cooler's lid popped with a wet little kiss. The mist boiled out and rolled over their toes. Inside, the ice still not ice, breathing. And something else, a plastic-wrapped airline meal tray, frost-rimed. The clear lid bore a label sticker with a meal code and, in block letters, blank after passenger name. The sticker had not been filled. Under the plastic, the compartmented food looked almost edible. Macaroni. Bass. A brownie. "Is this?" Evan whispered. "A trade? An offer?" The radio repeated, and the crabs knocked their claws together so lightly it made the world's quietest applause. Beth's face shed whatever softness she had left. "Shut it," she told Ortega, and he killed the radio so hard the toggle clicked like a bone. She walked to the cooler and looked at the tray and set her jaw. "Nobody touches it," she said. "We feed ourselves. We don't let it feed us." "It's food," Philip said, aching with the kind of exhaustion that makes you dump your wallet into a slot machine. "What if it helps? What if it helps itself to us?" Beth snapped, then gentled her voice. "We are not hungry enough to eat a hook." Nia slid an arm under Jonah and stood, rocking him without needing him awake. "I second that. We can make 10,000 terrible decisions, but let's save the baited ones for last." The cooler quivered like it wanted to be offended. The lid rattled. The mist thickened, curling toward the lagoon in little pleading fingers. The white crabs drew nearer, claws lifted, 100 antennae testing air. Mara stepped up beside Beth and found her voice. "Not tonight," she told the cooler and the sinkhole and the crabs and the part of herself that wanted to say yes to every voice that promised comfort. "We're not that kind of hungry." The cooler stilled. After a long beat, it slid backward, the handle carving a neat furrow, the mist thinning with each inch. It returned to the shade line like a sulking dog and settled with a small, affronted thump. The box blinked once, chastened or merely noting data, and went dark. Everyone exhaled like a tent collapsing. "Rules," Beth said after a long while, and put the tray liner on her knee to write in the firelight. Her hand shook once, and then refused to shake again. She added, "We don't accept deliveries." Evan laughed, a single broken note that repaired itself on the way out. Great. Add. We don't deliver ourselves either. On it, Beth said and wrote. We don't go where objects go. The night settled, offended and interested. The fire burned, congenial and busy. Somewhere beyond the reef, something rolled over in its sleep again, closer now. The hum came and went like a tide half remembered by the moon. Mara lay down on a pad of foam and listened to the space behind her eyelids. The recorder had asked herself a question in a voice the island had braided out of air and past. She did not know how to forgive herself for things she had not yet said. She closed her hand around the USB stick and pretended it was a stone she could skip across a lake back home. She woke to the sound of rain that wasn't rain. It was a dry patter, like beads on canvas. She sat up into a dawn so thin it felt like tissue. The white crabs had built something in the night. Not spirals, not cone lines.
A grid.
Precise as graph paper, squares the size of outstretched hands, running from the wire line all the way to the water. In the squares, objects.
Coin.
Buckle piece.
A tooth.
Half a tray liner cut into a perfect rectangle. A strip of Nia's blanket, which meant the crabs, and this thought made her throat give way, had been under sleeping bodies, stealing without waking anyone. At the head of the grid, nearest the fire, lay the jaw.
Clean.
The yes scrubbed away, teeth still stitched, smiling its polite emptiness. Beside it, in crisp block letters made of airline peanuts laid end to end, the new word.
More.
Chapter 4, The Black Tide. They stood around the grid in the morning like jurors who'd been given a puzzle instead of a verdict. Airline peanuts spelled more with comic tidiness, which made it worse. The jaw beside the word smiled like a chalk drawing. More what? Evan asked because someone had to say it. Objects, Philip said hopefully, gesturing at the squares. It's scavenging. It wants inventory. Language, Beth countered. It wants leverage. Nia crouched to reclaim the strip of blanket the crabs had stolen from beneath bodies in the night. The shell-thin creatures didn't run. They lifted their claws, patient as clerks. You can have the peanuts back, she murmured, and pushed them gently off the letters with 2 fingers. The word more held anyway, ghosted into the combed lines as if the island wanted the request even without props. Lyle scuffed a square with his heel. Crabs repainted it in seconds with a tiny dry rustle. Whatever this is, he said, it doesn't get bored. Good, Beth said. We do. We'll outlast its tricks. They did not outlast the heat. By noon, the air had thickened into soup, and the horizon wore a bruise. Inland, palms rattled like bones. Out beyond the reef, the ocean's color shifted in a way nobody wanted to narrate. The first wave of it came in disguised as shade. Water darkened a few yards from shore, not with cloud reflection but with something in it, thickening, a smear in the blue. The line traveled like a thought. Where it touched shallows, the sand went green-black, and a sweet smell braided with diesel found their noses. What is that? Sanaa asked, rocking Jonah, even though he was awake and watchful. Algae bloom. Evan offered, thin with doubt. Red tides can be dark sometimes, except not black.
Oil.
Philip said, relieved to have a problem with the name. Oil doesn't make that sound, Lyle said. The sound was faint and granular, like sugar poured onto paper. It made the hair on Mara's forearms lift, the darker water side against the beach, and then pulled back. Where it had been, the sand glittered as if filmed in graphite. Everybody back, Beth said, voice clipped. Up the beach. Do not let it touch your skin. The white crabs surged forward to meet the dark. Where they stepped, their shells took on a smoke tone like morning glass, not gray, not color, an absence of all of it that made Mara's eyes ache. One crab lifted its claw and set it down on the black sand, then scraped the claw clean against a buckle and resumed writing letters that no longer looked white. Did you see that? Evan whispered. The color? Non-color? I saw a lot of things I'm going to pretend are metaphors, Nia said. The tide withdrew. Then, slower and more deliberate than tides generally are, it returned. The second reach came higher. The sound of sugar thickened to the sound of dry hands rubbing together. When it pulled away, things had been arranged on the shore with a fussy care that made a mean little laugh catch in Mara's throat. A row of flight issue headphones, a child sneaker, a stack of safety cards fanned like a magician's deck, a single seatbelt buckle placed open, like an invitation. "Stop it," Beth told the ocean.
I'm Buse.
The radio in the shed coughed itself awake without anyone near it. Ortega and Mara met eyes. They walked inland fast enough to pretend it was a stroll and threw the toggle to OFF. The radio did not acknowledge the toggle. It issued a polite clearing of the throat. "Do not bury," the numbers woman said. "Do not cover. Do not submerge. Wait." "Is it telling the water what to do?" Evan asked, having followed despite himself. "Or telling us how to fail?" The lagoon answered with a new note, a thin, whining overtone that found nerves the way a dentist's drill finds fillings. Jonah whimpered and hid his face. The bruise on the horizon had split into different shadows stacked like bad pancakes. Beth herded them into shade for a meeting that wasn't a meeting. No one touches the black sand. No one walks barefoot on anything the tide changed. If you have cuts, you wash them with bottled water and salt, then show Nia. "What if the bottles run out?" Philip asked. "They won't today," Beth said. "Today we're rich. Richer still." The cooler exhaled its winter breath over their ankles, as if to remind them that the world was full of contradictions, and some of them were helpful. They tried to continue as if the only new element in their lives was a color. They fixed the shade lines. They put rocks on blankets so wind would not bully them. They built the stack for the night fire higher, as if flames would be a language barrier. They did not look at the grid spelling more. They tried not to look at the tide. Failing that, they didn't look down when they looked. At some hour that could have been 3 or 4, a flock of birds appeared out of the bruised horizon and skated overhead like black punctuation. When they reached the lagoon, they veered, moved in a sudden ragged circle, and flew on. Feathers fell behind them. Only they weren't feathers. They were flakes of black scurf, like paint peeled from a ship's hull, dry-sounding when they hit the sand. "Do not touch," Beth said in the voice that moves a classroom away from a broken beaker. Mara watched a flake land on the combed spirals and dissolve a letter. The crabs redrew it, indifferent. The first real gust of wind came then, smelling like old pennies and low tide. It lifted the tray liner with the rules and tried to edit them. Beth pinned the paper down with a piece of coral, her knuckles white. "Storm?" Lyle asked. "Or a rehearsal," Ortega said. The black water came in again, and this time it lingered like a guest too charmed by its own story. It overlay the shallows in a transparent shadow, not slick, not foam, something that drank light and returned none. Beneath it, small shapes moved in concert. Not fish. Not the right stutter for fish. The movement made Mara think of hair and bathwater. The sweet smell deepened until her tongue recoiled against her teeth. Sanaa's knees went loose. "It smells like my gray tant's kitchen," she said, voice distant. "Like caramel. Like sugar burning." Nia finished softly. "Don't breathe too deep." Jonah, who had been pointing at boats in every cloud since they washed up on a beach that had no boats, reached a hand toward the water with the boneless confidence of children who haven't yet learned the menu of the world. "Shiny," he said, and Sanaa pulled his arm back with a tenderness that was mostly terror. The first vision hit them quiet. Mara felt it not as a sight, but as a correction. The beach sharpened. The grid of squares snapped into focus with the kind of clarity you get after crying. On the water, a line drew itself so fine she couldn't see the hand that held the pencil. The line resolved into a familiar shape too large for the distance. A woman's face tilted under the surface. Not a face in flesh, an outline, a suggestion carved in graphite on blue glass. The mouth moved with the slow efficiency of someone talking through a pane of water. Mara's throat closed, as if that were the logical response to math. "Mom," her mind supplied without permission. She shut her eyes. The image stayed. After image or pre-image. She couldn't tell. The mouth moved. The words, if there were words, found the bones behind her ears and knocked. She did not open the door. Beside her, Beth breathed through her teeth like a diver. Evan made a tiny sound with no letters in it. Ortega's hand went to his chest where a seatbelt would be and pressed there once, slow, like a pilot locating his own altitude. "Do not look down," Beth said without opening her eyes. They cheated. They looked sideways instead, like children peeking at a horror movie through fingers. The water had become a screen for fondness and grief. Here, a man with a beard Mara had seen only in photographs from that one summer in Oregon lifted a hand and set it against the underside of the surface with the bemused calm of the dead who haven't been briefed. There, a dog, a ridiculous collie from Lyle's childhood, stood in chest-high water wagging a slow, satisfied tail while not moving its legs at all. The images overlapped and did not touch, each moving at its own slow frame rate. Sanaa was crying silently, the way you cry when you know you've been cheated and are grateful anyway. Jonah reached for the dog in the water and then laughed because laughing was what his body was built to do. "Back," Nia said hoarsely, and shepherded them up the beach, as if 10 extra feet might change physics. Then the voice came, not from the shed, not from the box, not from any obvious mouth. It came from the black water the way wind comes from a broken window, louder than you expect, full of room. 26 alive, it said, indulgent. 26. "Stop counting," Beth snapped. "We're not beads." The water obeyed in the way a cat obeys. It did something else instead. The singing started, not the knot language from the radio. This was human and specific and located. It came from the left, downshore, and then from the right, bass and treble, a call and response. It was the kind of song that builds across distances because a boatman has to hear it over water. It was a song that had no words but remembered all of them. Mara pressed her palm to her sternum, like she might pin her heart to the right side. Evan sat down hard because the world had become very far away, and he needed to make sure he was attached to it. Lal squinted like the sound made the air blurry. Ortega closed his eyes in the way pilots do in simulators when the instruments want to lie, checking a third horizon inside himself. The radio, fickle, woke again with the switch still off. Ortega strode toward the shed, and Beth caught his sleeve and shook her head.
He stopped.
"It's an offer," Philip whispered, terrified and relieved. "It's showing us good things. Comfort. It's showing us bait," Nia said. She had the USB stick in her pocket, and her hand on it like it was garlic against vampires. The singing grew brighter, as if someone had put their mouth to a glass bottle and learned to play it. The crabs, who did not have ears, moved in a slow wave, claws lifted, 100 small throats silent and intent. The grid on the sand blurred under a slick of black that wasn't water, and then snapped back to crispness when the tide pulled. "Inside," Beth said, meaning shade, meaning the shed, meaning the part of the world that had corners. "We move. We move." They moved, herding in clumsy dignity, dragging Jonah's throne and the cooler and the tray liner rules board. The sound followed, less loud under palms, but not less present. In the shed, the map looked newly wrong. Someone had added a charcoal smear where the sinkhole was, and Mara didn't remember it being that dark. Evan flipped through the notebook with desperate intent until a line stabbed him in the finger with its neatness. April 29th, shared images. We all saw the same dog. Not individual hallucinations. A presentation. Do not look down. April 30th, singing all day. Hard to eat. It's like it forgets you between breaths unless you speak. I fed it a word. It gave me a story. What word? Mara asked. Evan turned the page slowly, like anything faster might cut him. The next line was written dim, as if with a pencil found on a windowsill after a fire.
More.
Outside, the sugar sound thickened. The black water had come up to the combed line and was rewriting the first 2 squares of the grid with slow, deliberate strokes. The objects in the squares floated a centimeter above sand, weightless in the way dust motes are weightless under sunbeams. The jaw at the head of the grid tipped and clicked back into place by its own stitched teeth. A gust took the shed's sagging roof and shook it like a curtain. The crabs, all of them at once, dropped their claws and scuttled 3 steps toward the lagoon, as if answering a bell. The voices in the water changed key. It was a child's voice now, thin and bright. It called a name nobody spoke aloud. Sanaa made a sound like a person stepping on glass and put her hand over Jonah's ear. Jonah didn't struggle. He watched the mouth of the ocean with the sober interest of a moon-faced bishop. 2 minutes, Beth said to Ortega, to Mara, to the room. We listen 2 minutes together, and then we shut it down. If it tries the radio, we let it. We do not say yes. We do not speak to it the way it wants. Ortega nodded, and the nod was a landing. He went to the radio and laid his hand on the casing without flipping the switch, as if touching an animal you've chosen not to kill. Mara stood with him, shoulder to shoulder, and found comfort in measuring how much of him was shaking. Not much. Evan watched the USB stick in Nia's fist and imagined it as a fuse. Now, Beth said, and Ortega raised the aerial wire out of the bucket where they'd looped it and dipped it into a jar of bottled water instead of the sinkhole. A compromise that made everyone feel silly and powerful and safe, and probably none of those things. The radio filled with singing again, less loud in this room, but no less arranged. Then the number's voice, neat as a haircut. 26 alive. 26. Do not look down.
Do not bury.
Do not. Another voice cut across it, annoyed, like a child grabbing a toy from a sibling. It was the burnt match voice from the night before, the one that had used Mara's throat. Stop listening wrong, it said. A pause. A smile you could hear. Okay, the match voice said, obliging. New rule. We'll play a game. Nobody breathed. Bring me something, the voice said. I'll give you something. Not bones. Not food. Not a dead person's voice. Something you want. You don't even have to say it out loud. Like what? Evan asked before Beth could say no.
The voice laughed.
It was a soft, well-bred laugh, and Mara hated it. Like home, it said. Like the sound of an engine starting. The shed tilted under Mara's feet without moving. Ortega's hand left the casing and found the edge of the table and stayed there, not for balance, but because he had just learned something about himself he didn't want named. 2 minutes, Beth repeated and caught Nia's eye. Nia held up the USB stick. We give it this, she said, shocking herself. Not plugged in, just in the grid. To tell it we're negotiating? Philip said. To tell it we're not eating bait, Nia said. We trade on our terms. Beth hesitated for the length of a heartbeat and then nodded.
Fine.
Medic and pilot with me. The rest, shade. Keep baby in your lap and your lap in the middle. If something moves the cooler, let it leave. They went out with the USB like worshippers carrying a small, humiliating idol. The black tide held at the line the crabs had combed, as if respecting their carpentry. The crabs parted and presented the spiral like a platter. The word more had been traced into the sand again without peanuts, each letter a groove deeper than a finger could make. Beth leaned down, placed the USB in the center, and took her hand back too fast. Offer received, she said to the air. The sugar sound in the shallows shifted. The jaw clicked. The buckle turned a quarter inch by itself. The voices in the water became speech. Not words anyone recognized. Syllables like coins. A murmur like a stadium humming before the song you came for. It rolled forward on itself, then resolved into a single human sound that made no sense in this context and immediate, perfect sense anyway. A boarding call. Not the airlines. Their airlines. The exact board lilt and clipped consonants of the crew member who had said Group B with the tone of a woman who had been saying Group B since 4 a.m. It listed zones and useless categories, military, small children, those needing extra time, and then sweetly, if you are ready to take off, say yes. Back, Beth said, because the word existed for that reason. They backed. The water came a little farther with them like a sales rep who had learned pursuit. The black crept up and around the first square of the grid and kissed the jaw. The stitched teeth shone like a warning. The radio, petulant, spoke without the switch. 26 alive, it insisted. 26. And then, mid-count, it glitched and said, in Ortega's voice, the phrase he had never said, rotate. He flinched with his whole body. Inside, Beth said again, and nobody argued. They spent the last of the day, becoming very good at pretending to be calm. They ate their measured spoonfuls of macaroni and called it dinner. They stuck to shade and each other. They did not look down, even when the water became crowded with faces you would have chosen to see on your birthday. At full dark, the black tide receded with the baffling obedience of a trained thing dismissed. The bruise on the horizon unstacked into stars. The hum from the sinkhole settled into the key of sleep. Around the fire, they counted the ways they hadn't said yes. It didn't feel like victory. It felt like passing a sobriety checkpoint with the right papers and the wrong heart rate. Sanaa whispered into Jonah's hair, not songs, not names. Lal sharpened his spear where it had no right to become sharper. Philip stared at the word more until the line swam, and then forced himself to look at the flames. Evan put his hands palm down on the sand and breathed in time with the grains cooling under them, because he had read somewhere that grounding helps when the world is porous. Mara sat with the USB-shaped absence in her pocket and tried to assign herself a feeling. Pride for not giving the water her mother, grief for not giving herself the same mercy, hunger that was not for food. None of the feelings fit. She ended up with the familiar one she gave families in hospital waiting rooms when she had no better thing to give. Next, the wind shifted. The fire leaned. The white crabs fanned toward the tide line and held there, antennae lifted, the way crowds tilt toward a parade. Somewhere past the reef, something large exhaled. The sound had weight. "What now?" Evan whispered, and meant please nothing. Lyle stood slowly, eyes narrowed toward the water beyond the black. "Boat," he said, so quietly at first that only Mara heard. He said it again louder. "Boat." They stood with him, all of them, a body that wanted and didn't. At first, the shape on the water was only a disagreement with the night. Then it became a raft. Not theirs. Not from the plane. No bright airline orange. No branded righteousness.
Driftwood lashed. Apole.
A lantern, God help them, a working lantern, hooked to the mast and shrouded so that its light spilled down and not up. On the raft, a figure, upright, paddling, slow, as if distance did not apply. The raft kissed the lagoon's lip and stopped without scraping, as if the lip had been greased. "Do not say yes," Beth said to the room and the raft and the night. The figure raised a hand. In the lantern's shaded glow, the face was just a face, unremarkable in the way brutal days make any uninjured human beautiful. He grinned, too many teeth, and called out in a voice that somehow threaded through the hum and sugar sound and radio ghosts to land in their ears like a hand on a shoulder. "Took you long enough," he said. "You're late to the feast." Chapter 5. The Survivor. They did not run to the raft. They let it come to them like weather, with the caution you give to a sky that may or may not hold lightning. The lantern's hooded glow made a stage of the lagoon's lip. The figure on the raft pulled once, twice, and let the current settle him so cleanly it felt rehearsed. "Hands where we can see them," Beth called. It emerged from her as both rule and prayer. The man obeyed. He held his palms out, spread-fingered, the way you do when a cop steps to your window and your body remembers childhood. His hands were scabbed over and scar-laced, the kind of scars you get from rope and glass and choosing to live through days that didn't want you. Under the lantern, the water painted his face in versions. The base layer was mid-30s, dark hair shaved down with a shell or a bad knife, beard too even to be chance. The overlay was sea, salt-burnt lips, skin tanned in a patchwork where tape had held something to him and then been replaced and replaced again. "You're late," he said mildly, as if he'd expected them yesterday. His eyes flicked to the big SOS on the beach, and he smiled like a man glancing at a calendar and remembering a friend's birthday. But on time for the weather. "Do not come closer," Ortega said, and his voice put the word "or" at the end without saying it. The man dug his pole into the lagoon's lip and held. "I don't need to," he said. "You can hear me just fine." Mara stepped to Beth's shoulder. "Thirsty?" she asked, because medicine is a script you can stand inside. "Always," he said, and showed teeth. They were human, or at least he had chosen human. But at the backs, where the molars sit, the enamel bore faint sutures, hair-thin, like a dentist had mended a crack with spider silk. Nia had Jonah in her lap and her hand over his ear. Jonah did not try to move the hand. He watched the lantern's cone with the solemn attention of a child at a play he suspects might be about him. "What do we call you?" Beth asked. The man's eyes flicked to the wire line, to the crabs, to the combed spirals spelling more, and then carefully erased by wind and the most recent tide. He knew the rules already. "Raft," he said with a little head tilt. "Call me Raft. It's what brought me. It's what keeps me." "Raft," Lyle repeated, as if tasting the name for rot. "You'll forgive me not coming ashore." Raft nudged the pole, and the raft kissed rock, then drifted half a handspan back, like a cat refusing to be collected. "Last time I shook hands before introductions, I lost 3 days and 2 friends." "Last time?" Evans said despite himself, voice trying on sarcasm to hide the fear it was sized for. "You make a habit of crashing here?" Raft made the face of a man who would have shrugged if shrugs weren't expensive. "Habit's a strong word. But the island remembers me. Or the water does. Same difference some nights." "You've met us before," Beth said. "Not a question." "I have," Raft said. His head cocked a fraction, like a person listening to a radio in the other room. "You just don't like the direction the line runs. You want it to go forward." He tapped the side of his head. "It doesn't. Not always." "Then tell it to us backward," Lyle suggested, deadpan. "All right."
Raft pointed with his chin.
"You, Sunhat, kept me alive with rules I ignored. You, Glasses, gave me your last battery because you thought you could talk the box into mercy. You, Pilot, almost did what it wanted, and you haven't forgiven yourself for wanting to." Ortega's face stayed calm by decision. Under the lantern, sweat ran in neat tracks down his temples. "And you," Raft said, looking at Mara last, the look rude and careful. "You held my head above water when I decided drowning could be simple. You're why I'm still talking." Mara's throat did the traitor's thing where it closed without permission. "Congratulations," she said dryly, and because the world was exactly that cruel, Raft smiled like she had congratulated him on a promotion. "What do you want?" Beth cut in, her tone making the question a rope. "Because everything here wants a thing." "I want what you want." Raft leaned the pole against his shoulder and freed his hands to demonstrate emptiness. "Not to die thirsty. Not to say yes to the wrong invitation. To build a fire and let it burn through the night and wake up with enough of yourself left to recognize the part you lost." "Cute," Evan said. "Poetry night on the algae barge. I brought something." Raft's grin cut. "Gifts by grace, right?" He bent, untied a loop at the raft's prow, and lifted an object wrapped in a rubberized jacket, the kind of waterproof thing you strap to kayaks. He unwound it like a magician with scarves. Inside, a plastic unit with an intake tube coiled around it like intestine and a hand crank with a folding handle. "Desalinator," Ortega said, and it was the closest he'd come to joy. "Manual." "Manual," Raft agreed.
Old. Loud.
"Eats arms for breakfast, and it likes to break when the air grows teeth. But it works if you keep singing to it." Nia stood, Jonah anchored to her hip. "Trade," she said at once. "We give you coconuts and mass and cheese and a piece of shade. You leave us the thirst machine." Raft laughed. It wasn't cruel, exactly. It was a man who had forgotten how to laugh without it sounding like cruelty. "No trade, nurse," he said gently. "It's yours. I got another, and another word for you besides." "A word?" Beth repeated, wary as if words could bite, which they could. Raft leaned forward just enough to press the desalinator onto the lip of coral and then push it the remaining inches with 2 fingers. The white crabs parted, indifferent to plastic that offered nothing shiny. 2 words, Raft corrected. "Black tide." "We saw it," Sanaa said. Her voice had thinned to a wire. "It sings." "It sells," Raft said, with the practiced scorn of a man who had bought everything and asked for change. "If you answer, it buys you 2. You didn't answer."
Good.
We didn't say yes, Beth said, as if lobbying a judge. We won't. You will, Raph said, as if he wished he were lying. Just make sure you know which part of you is agreeing when you do, and don't let it be the part that wants mornings. Where are you from? Evan blurted. I mean, before here. Before the island decided to be your address. Raph's mouth twitched, a humorless almost. A fishing charter out of Pohnpei with a client who wanted photographs of fish that don't exist, he said. Storm took the mast, the current took the rest, the island took me. If you're looking for coordinates, the map in the shack will disappoint you. This place floats sideways. Lyle's spear made a small motion toward the water on its own. He stilled it with practice. If you've met us before, how did that meeting go? Raph's eyes softened for the first time in a way that didn't feel like performance. You built rules, he said to Beth. You broke them. You forgave yourself and then didn't. You made a feast you didn't eat. You asked the box a question you should have written down first. He looked at Ortega again. You said a word that wasn't yes, and it counted anyway. What word? Ortega asked, almost despite himself. Rotate, Raph said, and the way he said it made Ortega's knuckles go white on the driftwood spear he hadn't remembered picking up. It listens for the way you carry a word in your throat. Vocabulary is the mask. Breath is the face. Beth took a sharp breath, then eased it out slow. We appreciate your donation, she said, a hair formal. We accept advice carefully. We'll take the water maker. You can tie up there. Raph didn't. He smiled apologetically, which somehow was worse. I can't sleep with you, he said, then blinked, juggling phrasing. In your camp. I mean, the crabs like straight lines. You make too many. I'll bed on the reef. I brought a tarp. It keeps the air from telling me stories. Evan looked at the tarp on the raft. Black, heavy, salt-stiff, and made a face. Comfortable. I slept in a bilge for 6 months. Raft shrugged. Comfort is a rumor. Why come at all? Mara asked. If you were safer on the reef. Raft's eyes slid to Jonah for a fraction of a second, an angle like a knife. Because every group loses someone on the second night, he said plainly. And every group thinks it won't be them. Silence opened and walked among them without looking at their faces. Good, Beth said. We can make it a rumor too. She nodded at the desalinator. Show us how, and then sleep wherever superstition keeps your breath going in and out. Raft pushed the raft with the pole until it kept its respectful distance again, then pointed. Handle wants to be cranked steady, he said. Not fast. Fast gets you nothing but sore. Intake line in the cleanest water you can get without letting it whisper to it. Filter wants to be flushed every 6 gallons. If you wait, it clogs with the black scurf and sings. He met Nia's eyes. You'll hear it. It sounds like a straw over a bottleneck. Nia nodded once, storing the sound in a place between heart and ear. We boil anyway, she said. You do, Raft agreed. Until it stops helping, then you do something else because the rules like to laugh. He flicked his gaze to the strange cooler that breathed winter under palm shade. That thing, he said, tone offhanded and not. It'll be kind until sunrise on the 3rd day, and then ask a favor. Open it with gloves after that, if you open it at all. And the box, Evan asked. Our helpful customer service tomb? Raph's mouth went small. Feed it anything you want translated. It pays attention so hard it eats. If it offers to teach you how to take off, don't give it a pilot. We heard that message, Beth said softly. From someone like you. Raph's face eased again. The kinship of a man hearing his own handwriting in a stranger's notebook. She lasted a long time, he said. Longer than me. I lasted long enough to forget to say goodbye. Did you try to leave? Ortega asked. Boat. Raft. Anything that floats. Raft tapped the pole on the raft's rung. I left 4 times, he said. Once the current brought me back. Once the crabs followed, don't ask, and built me a grid on a sandbar and asked the same word. Once my water went sweet, and I understood I was drinking reflected things. 4th time, he looked beyond them to the sinkhole he could not see, and it still found his eyes. Fourth time I tried to go down. The word put a gift-wrapped absence in the air. The fire put a new log on itself with a polite crack. The white crabs adjusted, claws lifted, making 1,000 tiny parentheses. Beth said, perfectly level. And Raft grinned. It wasn't a brave grin. It was a man bearing himself to show he had nothing worth stealing. He unbuttoned, unpeeled, really, the salt-stiff shirt. He turned, slow, lantern scotch-taping his ribs in light. His back was a map of decisions. Lattices of white lines crossed from shoulder to waist, whipped thin and too tidy for accidents. Between them, the skin was polished with salt until it shone. At the base of his spine, just above the place where a belt would sit, a single scar puckered inward like a belly button someone had installed wrong. Round, clean-edged, the size of a coin. Did it bite you? Evan whispered. Language problem, Raph said, redressing. Asked it for a way out. It gave me a hole. Lal put a hand over his mouth, not to keep words in, but to keep something else from climbing out. Ortega shook his head once, a pilot's no, the kind you give to bad weather. Acknowledged, not obeyed. Raph set the pole again and let the raft inch away, not wanting any of them to believe this was a negotiation. Make your fire tall, he said. Make your rules mean. Eat together. If the black comes back, walk back from it and don't try to teach it courtesy. If you feel like you're being watched, you are. If you feel like you aren't being watched, you are. Stay, Beth said, against her own instinct. Tie up. We can carve out a corner of fear large enough for another body. Raft considered the offer like a man considers a bridge rumored to be haunted. I'm no good at corners, he said finally, but I'll be in earshot. If something tries to bargain with your child, scream. I'm good at stealing back what shouldn't be on the table. Sanaa didn't thank him. She didn't trust his angles yet, but some bone inside her slumped the way a tent does when the wind changes. One more thing. Raft rested the pole across his knees, palms up, like a man offering to swear. Tomorrow, if the sky doesn't split, I'll show you the hole from above. You should see it in the morning when the sun makes the lie look true. You need to know the taste of what you're not going to eat. We're not going near it, Beth said. You already are, Raft said, and pointed with his chin at the coned line. The crabs had drawn the grid again while they talked. They had placed a new object at the head. Not a jaw, not a coin, not a buckle. It was the hand crank from the desalinator. Mia swore softly. How? Don't ask how, Raft said. Ask when. He pulled back with 2 smooth strokes. Lanterns had turning with him like a parlor trick. At dawn, he called, the words barely more than breath and still carrying. Bring rope. Bring someone you trust not to trust you. Beth exhaled as the lantern's cone shrank. The raft became a scene, then a rumor, then one more disagreement the night had with itself. They carried the desalinator up the beach like a stretcher. Nia checked valves and seals the way you check pupils with a flashlight in an ambulance, and then did it again because trust was a currency they were being forced to spend slowly. She found a spare crank in the side pouch and made the kind of face that meant she hadn't expected mercy. We can work it, she said. 2 on the handle, 1 to mind the intake, 1 to mind the minders. We rotate, Beth said, then grimaced at the word. We take turns, she amended. Nobody pulls alone. Ortega stood with his back to the fire looking at what wasn't visible. We don't go, he said, not with conviction, with longing for conviction. We don't need to see a thing to believe it can swallow us. Mara had the feeling she got in triage when the first wave of ambulances had passed and the second was still 10 minutes away, that the world was standing on its tiptoes to see over her shoulder at what would be needed next. We go, she said quietly, hating herself for saying it and hating the other outcome more. We go because knowing is leverage. We go because it's already coming to us. We go because if we don't, the first time we see it will be the time it's wearing someone's face. Beth looked at her for a long beat, then nodded once like a judge that had already thrown out objections in the corridor. At dawn, she said. 2 on the watermaker all night. We get enough to keep us stupid. Spearman, pilot, medic, with me. Glasses, you stay, and make the fire loud. Evan opened his mouth to protest the assignment, then closed it and nodded. I can be loud, he said. Give me a chance, and I'll set the air on fire with opinions. They tried to sleep. The night's hum sank back into the key you give a room when you don't trust it with silence. The white crabs combed and combed and combed. Twice the cooler's handle rattled and stopped, like a dog twitching in a dream. Once the radio murmured 3 numbers, and then forgot the rest. Jonah muttered, shiny, into Sanaa's collarbone. Lyle dreamt a dock he had never owned and woke with the taste of old rope behind his teeth. Mara lay with her back to the fire so the heat lit the bones of her face from the inside and tried to inventory the versions of herself she could afford to lose. The list came up short. She slept 3 bad minutes at a time and woke each time to the sound of something swallowing. Dawn arrived by degrees. First the sky turned the color of fish belly, then the palms stopped clicking at each other, then the fire discovered it had become ash while nobody looked. Beth rose like a person who had been waiting for the cue. She tied her hair with a strip of tray liner, wrote NO names on it with a stubby pen, and tugged it low like a soldier's band. Up, she said softly. Water, shoes, rope. Ortega checked. Knots no one had tied yet. Lyle picked a spear like a man choosing a verse. Nia put the desalinator under shade and kissed the crank like a holy relic. Evan took his place on the pump and made a dumb face, and cranked anyway, mouth set, muscles already complaining. They formed up without needing to be told how. Beth at point, Lyle flanking left, Ortega right, Mara behind like a tether that could pull 2 Ys into an X if anyone tilted. Sanaa stayed in the circle of shade with Jonah and the wounded, and a kitchen made of stubbornness. Philip put himself between the weird box and the child not because he trusted his nerve, but because he needed to believe he could. They walked to the lagoon. In morning sun, the blue was a cathedral eye, all purity and promise. The sinkhole sat at the center like a pupil perfectly dilated for light. The lip was a ring of limestone and coral polished by years of offerings. From above, it looked shallow as a hotel pool. Beth stopped 3 paces back because that was the number her bones decided would keep her children from falling downstairs, and the body is a mother even when you've never had a baby. Stop there, Raph said, almost gently, from where his tarp had made a lean-to on the reef like a terrible idea that worked. He stepped out with bare feet that had learned not to mind coral. Up close in daylight, his scars told their own story in Cat's cradle, crossings where he had tied himself to masts that weren't there anymore, bands where a belt had been cinched and cinched to stop bleeding. He held a coil of rope in one hand and a bundle in the other. What's the bundle? Lyle asked neutral. Raft unrolled it. Inside lay 3 objects. A diver's mask so clouded the ocean, had sanded it to milk, a spool of fishing line wound around a chunk of coral, and a small, hand-sized weight made of bolts taped together inside a sheath of shrink wrap. We're not diving, Beth said. You're not, Raft agreed, and tossed the weight lightly into the air and caught it. We're measuring. How far down? Ortega asked. His voice failed to sound casual and decided to sound like itself instead. Raft looked at the hole. His face did the math and then decided to leave it unspoken. Far, he said, and then farther, and then someone hums and makes a lyre of distances. Show us, Beth said. Raft tied the line to the weight with a knot that made Ortega's fingers itch with the pleasure of competence. He fixed the other end around Lyle's wrist. You hold the line, he said. You say stop when it pulls wrong. What's wrong? Lyle asked. You'll know, Raft said. The white crabs lined the liminal ring, that maybe shore between sand and stone. They lifted their claws and held them like microphones. The black tide was absent, as if called to a meeting elsewhere. The island's breath held. Raft kneeled at the lip. He lowered the weight until it kissed the surface, ripples moving away in perfect, tidy rings. If the sun were kinder, he said, you would see a column all the way down. As it is, you will see yourself until you disappear. He nodded to Lyle. Lyle lowered the weight into the sinkhole. For the first meter, the line felt like line. It slid with the rough of fishing monofilament, free and honest. Shadows embossed the water under their faces, flipped smaller, like saints painted on the underside of glass. At 2 meters, the line picked up a slow pulse, like a heart far away. The weight drifted, nudged left, nudged right, wandered back as if following a current that had forgotten the ocean existed. Lyle's mouth made a line out of itself. "Current," he said, as if naming an animal made it stop wanting food. At 5 meters, the pull changed. It wasn't a tug. It was an opinion, the water letting them know what it wanted without using verbs. The line tried to slip faster. Lyle locked his wrist and leaned back. The rope sang against his skin. Raft braced his heels and set his hands on the rock like a man planning to refuse a request politely. At 10 meters, the hum started. Not loud, not new. The version of a refrigerator you forget until the mics are off and a boom operator in your life leans in and tells you you've been hearing it all along. It wormed its polite way between their ribs and sat there, waiting. "Stop," Lyle said, not because he had reached a number, but because the body knows when it is holding the end of a conversation the other party intends to continue alone. "Stop now." Raft lifted his palms in surrender. "Good," he said. "You have a sense of the place. You don't need its depth. It needs your shape more than you need its." "What is that?" Ortega asked, voice low, ears full of his own blood. "An updraft. A siphon. A throat." Raft didn't answer. He stood, shook out his hands, and set the weight gently on the rock with a thunk that sounded like punctuation. "You ask wrong," he said. "It says, yes for you." Mara found she had moved 2 steps closer to the edge, without meaning to. The reflection in the sinkhole was not quite hers anymore. The eyes were lined like a woman 10 years more tired than she was. The mouth had a cut on the corner that pressed with a thumb of a memory. When she moved, the reflection took a beat to remember to follow. "Back," Beth said, soft and fierce, and Mara obeyed, skin crawling with a gratitude that never looks graceful. "Now you've seen it," Raph said. "You'll hear it different when it hums at night. When it sings, you'll know whether it's singing what you love or just singing the shape of wanting." "And tomorrow?" Beth asked. "What do we do then, Raft?" "We have your water maker and your sermon. We have breakfast to make out of stubbornness. We have a sky to point a fire at. We have a radio that sneaks recordings and a box that says please. We have a grid asking more." Raft's smile was more tired than cruel for the first time. "Tomorrow," he said, "it will offer you a feast." He looked at their faces to see which one would break first. None of them did. The hum under the water lifted a half note, pleased, perhaps, with the word feast. The white crabs clacked their claws against rock with the faintest sugar sound, like someone testing cutlery before a table is laid. Mara pictured a table set with the wrong food, a mouth that wanted pilots, a radio that counted and kept losing track at the same number. She thought of the word taped to their rules and underlined. She thought of the USB in Nia's pocket and the way grief picks up any phone that rings. "Then we don't go hungry," she said. "And we don't eat." Raft nodded once as if she'd remembered a lesson she had not been taught yet. He coiled the spare line, tested the knots on his raft, and lifted his face to the cloudless, lying sky. "Hold your names," he said softly. "Hold your hands. Hold each other's sleeves in the dark." He pulled away, tarp flapping like the wing of a bird that had fallen in love with a storm. They stood at the edge of the hole and felt the world looking up at them with the patience of something that means to be fed. Lyle unwound the rope from his wrist with fingers that wanted to keep it there forever, just in case pulling could save someone. Ortega stared into the water long enough to find the part of him that always leans forward at the end of a runway and told it to sit. Beth wrote feast on the rules with a pen that wasn't meant for prophecy, and under it, "We bring our own food." On the walk back, Jonah turned and waved at nothing. The white crabs waved back with 1,000 clear hands. By noon, the horizon wore a different bruise. The air tasted like sugar burning in a clean pan. The box on the beach woke itself and said, in a voice meant to sound like kindness, "If you are ready to take your seats, please say yes." Chapter 6, The Hole. The box on the beach blinked its one green eye like a patient host. "If you are ready to take your seats," it said again. bright as a boarding gate at dawn. Please say yes. We don't sit for ghosts, Beth said, and flipped the tray liner rules to the side that had a no names written twice in an increasingly aggressive hand. They made a show of ordinary. Ordinary was the only weapon that didn't draw blood. Nia set the desalinator under a palm and put two people on the crank, Philip and Evan, while she minded the intake like it might whisper to it. The handle fought them at first, stiff with salt and neglect, then softened into a rhythm that felt indecently like a heart. Brackish tears coughed into the waste hose. Clear dripped from the output with a sting of metal. When Evan raised the first bottle to the light, he made a sound too small to be triumph and too big to be nothing. 2 sips each, Nia said. If you want a third, tell me a joke that doesn't hurt and I'll think about it. What do we call a group of crabs? Evan puffed, working the handle. A compromise? A quorum. A choir, Mara said without looking at the combed line, and regretted the word at once. Near noon, raft returned like a rumor that had decided to be helpful. He didn't beach the raft, he never did, but hovered in the lagoon's throat with his pole set and a tarp slung over him to make his own weather. You ignored the box, he called, approving and not.
Good.
It hates being stood up. What happens if we sit? Lal asked, not because he wanted to, but because knowing is leverage. Depends on who you are and who you brought, Raph said. Sometimes it puts you where you were going, on a map.
Not in a body.
Sometimes it gives you a runway to walk down and lets the wind do the rest. He pointed his chin at Ortega, almost kindly. It likes pilots because pilots know how to believe physics while ignoring mercy. We'll stand, Beth said, and put a coconut down like a cup of coffee that had gone cold. They divided the day into jobs and pulses. The watermaker croaked and sang. The fire got rebuilt into a little false city with walls and a gate because Evan needed to build a thing with corners. Lyle lit a fuse of dry palm and watched the smoke the way a man watches the sky in June. You can tell everything from color if you've learned how to lie to yourself with confidence. Sanaa made a nest for Jonah with airline blankets folded until they remembered softness. Jonah colored the air with a stick, drawing pictures that nobody could see. By mid-afternoon, the horizon bruise had resolved into a wall of sky, so tall the bottom had trouble supporting the top. Heat pressed down, then let go for a chase of wind that carried a sweet note like burnt sugar rethinking itself. The sinkhole lay blue and blind in sunlight. The hum was silent in daylight. That felt worse. USB? Evan said, unable to keep a certain hunger out of his voice. We have a laptop with 3 bars left. We can rig a step down. We can look. Information is not bait if we decide it's food. Put it in shade, Beth said. We do it together. Nia set the laptop on a fuselage cushion beneath the canopy of torn blankets with the reverence of someone preparing a family video that might not be a family video. Evan fished the USB from Nia's pocket like a magician producing a trick he didn't trust and tried the port with 2 hands, gentle, as if the computer were an animal with pain. The screen brightened, too bright in the fluorescence of noon. The folder list was spare. A few long file names, each date stamped with the kind of precision no living person uses, down to the second, down to the kind of milliseconds that only machines honor. One file name wasn't a name at all. It was a set of numbers separated by periods. 12.000 kilohertz / August 11th, 2025 T 3 hours 12 minutes and 7 seconds C. Don't, Beth said as Evan hovered. We don't have any clocks, Evan said softly. We need somebody's. Click it, Mara said, because she would rather be the kind of person who says go than the kind who says wait when the voice is hers through a machine anyway. Evan clicked. The video opened on a room built of night and tin. The shed, but younger. The map behind the radio was less worn, the hand-lettered frequencies crisp, the paper not yet feathered with damp. A woman sat at the table with her elbows braced and a microphone cupped like a throat. Her hair was pulled back in a way that had been done and redone enough times to have its own grease. She had a face that would have been pretty if it had been allowed to do something besides listen. When she spoke, it was the same voice they'd heard in the box, less eroded by replay. If you hear me, she said, then either I found a way to put the USB back into the world, or the world found a way to steal it from me. Either way, hello, strangers. You're alive. That makes us family. Sanaa made a sound in her teeth that was not a sob and not one. Jonah stared at the screen because screens are promises and children learned that before they learn to read. The radio translates. The woman went on. It doesn't interpret. It tells truths with the wrong verbs. Don't ask how, where, or why will do. The sinkhole is a hole, but also it isn't. It's mouth and ear and throat and a room that grew downward. I think. Her voice hitched on the brittle confidence of a person whose thought has outrun her courage. I think it hollows out where people need hollows. It's a collector's cabinet with too many drawers. Evan glanced at Beth. A collector, he mouthed. Mara didn't nod. She didn't look away, either. Rules work, the woman said. Not because they mean anything here, but because they give our mouths something to say that isn't yes. Our mouths love saying yes. She looked off screen, and something in her face changed that none of them could name. It will ask for a pilot, she said. I am begging you to give it a shoe instead. Not funny, Ortega said, and scrubbed his palm over his eyes as if that would seal the phrase away. Here is the hole, the woman said in the video, and the camera lurched as she carried the laptop to the lagoon. On screen, the sinkhole shone with that weaponized blue, and a hand came into frame holding a weight on a line much like the one Raft had given them. Do not dive, she said. You will not come back, you. Jonah clapped once at the color and then, hearing the sound of his own hands breaking the air, put his palm over his mouth with sleepy solemnity. The picture jerked. The weight slid into the water. The image did something wrong with light. It grew brighter beneath the surface instead of dimmer, as if the sun had taken a wrong turn and found the bottom first. Then the edge of the frame filled with faces. Not faces that they could know. Faces like underpaintings in a gallery. Eyes and noses and mouths, not yet convinced they belonged to skulls. They moved with the stutter of things broadcast at 1 frame per mile. One mouth formed words underwater, and the laptop microphone picked up a sound that had no right to be recorded. A voice sang please in the timbre of someone whose last word had been help and hadn't done the job. The woman in the video flinched, recentered the frame, smiled a smile that had met 10 funerals and kept its lipstick. That's what they do, she said kindly. They make your grief speak, so you can't write no. She tilted the laptop up, let the sky fill the picture again. You can watch or you can live. Maybe not both at once. The file ended with a jump, and the laptop coughed back to its list like a man turning his face to the wall. Again, Philip said, and then said nothing else because the air around his tongue had changed shape without asking him first. We've been warned, Beth said. We have an extra bottle of warning now. Good. Evan moved to click another file. Nia caught his wrist and shook her head once. It was not a reprimand. It was triage. Later, she said, patting each letter with the soft it nurses use on stairs and drunks. They made it to evening without concessions. That felt like victory, and therefore was probably a trap. The sky went gold, then purple with the kind of bruises you don't remember getting. The fire stuttered and asked for more. Lyle fed it with driftwood that bled its old boat smell into the air and made everything taste like nostalgia. The white crabs had spent the afternoon engineering. They had climbed among the wreckage shoreward and returned bearing seatbelt tongues and buckles, armrests, bits of tray tables, and the metal footings of seats that had once been bolted to a plain floor and had opinions about it. They arranged these in 2 perfect rows facing the lagoon, a 6x6 on either side of a cleared aisle that ran clean into the sinkhole's lip like a runway that wanted to be a throat. At the aisle's head, where a flight attendant would stand and lie with her face, they placed the suitcase box. Absolutely not, Beth said aloud to the world, which either didn't hear or didn't care. The box woke with a blink it had learned from watching humans. Doors to automatic, it chirped. Cross-check. Shut it off, Evan said, sick with a laugh he couldn't stop. It doesn't have an off, Ortega said, which had begun to feel like a punchline. They gathered anyway. There is a point at which refusing to stand near a thing becomes an invitation for it to stand near you. Better to ring it with bodies and rules. Beth had them sit with their backs to the crabs and the box in front of them where they could stare it down. No names beyond the rope line. No looking down. No taking a seat in something that had been built for someone else's weight. The hum started low, of course. The sinkhole is a polite singer. It rose half a hair with each breath, slipping in beneath their bones like a bedfellow who wished you would whisper what you wanted. The lagoon picked up voices from places that couldn't be here: docks, terminals, kitchens that had once known them, sanded down into murmurs the way waves polish glass. Somewhere, a song started, not the circle song from before, but the television jingle version of home. "I hate that I want to sit," Philip said into his hands. "I hate it." "You can want things and not feed them," Nia said. "Your one doesn't carry your legs around without your permission. What if it starts making permission for us?" Philip asked and didn't wait for the answer because he knew it. The box brightened until the green LED was as bright as a star you've decided is personal. The voice arrived, blended like soup. Numbers woman, receptionist, burnt match, a child. It made itself a chorus of all the reasons you say yes and made them sound like safety announcements. "If you are ready to take off," it said, "please say yes." "No," Beth said, but softly, like a woman at a grocery store sighing at the price of grapes. The crabs lifted their clear claws in unison. In their claws, they held white objects that gleamed with a softness that made the eyes ache.
Teeth.
Airline white plastic cutlery. Plastic smile under a meal lid. The crabs clacked the objects together like gentle cymbals. At the same time, the desalinated crank spun 3 degrees by itself and stopped. "Buddy sleeves," Beth said, sudden and fierce. "Right now." They reached for each other's sleeves the way passengers reach for bags in the overhead when the pilot lies about the delay. Skin and cloth, cloth and skin. Evan had Mara's sleeve, and Mara had Beth's, and Beth had Lyle's, and Lyle had Philip's wrist where a buckle had somehow, stupidly, appeared. "What?" Philip said, weak and confused, staring at the belt closed over his pulse like a tame snake. "Don't unclasp it," Raph said from his polite distance, voice edged. "It asked, you answered." "I didn't say anything," Philip said.
"You wanted," Raph said.
"It's fluent." The belted wrist pounded. Nia put 2 fingers on the belt where she could feel the rise and fall and looked at Philip's face, not his panic. "You're fine," she said. "It's a bracelet with bad manners." The hum went up a half note. The aisle. God help them. They had to think of it as an aisle now or go mad, shone with a wet sheen as if something had licked it. The seat rows inclined a single degree toward the sinkhole, like polite men leaning to greet a host. A breeze came from the wrong direction. Out of the hole, cool and sweet, combing their hair with a hand they could not swat. The radio in the shed, sulking at being left out, came on without the toggle. 26 alive, it said, fast now, almost giddy. 26. 26 seated. "We're not," Beth said brightly, like telling a liar she'd admired their commitment to performance. "Safety demonstration," the box offered, eager to be helpful. The voice on its little speaker changed to a tone with a smile sharpened into it. "In the event of a water landing." "Hard pass," Evan said, and laughed because the other option was to chew on the air. Sanaa had Jonah in her lap, his face pressed to her shirt, so he wouldn't see the line of seats. His small hands worked at the fabric in a rhythm that matched the hum and did not match it. A child's error turned into an antidote. "Would you like a story?" she whispered into his hair. "Once upon a time there was a boy who lived to be so old we got tired of his jokes." "Shiny," Jonah whispered and kicked once, and did not lift his face. Raft didn't call a warning.
He didn't need to.
They all felt the shift moving through them, like the cold front that makes birds fall out of the sky. The crabs stilled. The box held its breath between syllables. The desalinate aside. The hum dropped a quarter note. The voices in the water, those patient mouths, stopped mid-vowel like a tape cut with scissors. A new sound arrived. It came up from the sinkhole like bubbles from a diver who has seen something that takes their air. It was not singing. It was not speech. It was something like the noise skin makes when a tattooist wipes fresh ink. A squeak, a drag, a tender, wet friction. It moved from the hole to the first row of seat bases without moving. The metal footings chimed, tiny and true, a horrid xylophone. Mara thought, it is fitting us. Not bodies. Not yet. Places. The way your mouth fits a word so well you think you invented it. Up, Beth said, and meant stand the way a teacher means it. We go. We take the front door, and we go. They backed away as a single creature. Buddy's sleeves stayed on. Lyle's spear made a line between aisle and people. Evan's hand squeezed Mara's sleeve so hard her wrist decided it was a bone. Tell it no and keep your feet, Raph said softly, almost like a benediction. No, Beth said. No, thank you.
No.
The box, deprived, brightened petulantly. Doors to automatic. It tried again. Arm slides. Cross-check. Cross-check this, Nia said, and spat neatly to the side of the aisle, which in another life would have gotten her a ticket for disorderly conduct, and in this one was a sacrament. The white crabs turned their clear heads and watched them leave with what could only be called curiosity if you were the kind of person who owed curiosity money. None followed. None needed to. They fell back into their circle of fire and shade. The seats remained a polite theater for nobody. The aisle lay down its length like a bride. The sinkhole breathed, patient. They ate in sips and gnaws. None of them remembered chewing. Night came in increments, and then all at once, the way decisions do. The hum under the world returned to its native key. Somewhere a fish jumped where fish perhaps could not live. The box went dark. The radio sulked itself silent. The crabs combed the sand into a grid that did not spell more this time, but traced, distinctly, the trapezoid outline of a seat with a seatbelt laid across it, closed. Rotation, Beth said, then swore. Shifts. We take shifts. They drew lots with bits of tray liner because pretending to be fair matters even when the only court is the tide. First watch, Lyle and Evan. Second, Mara and Ortega. Third, Beth, because of course Beth. Lyle and Evan walked the perimeter like mall cops in hell. Evan told bad jokes at the air to bleed the pressure out. What did the ocean say to the island? Nothing. It just hummed. Lyle answered with fish facts that may or may not have been true. The box did not wake. The sinkhole did not offer. The crabs drew more perfect grid. At their handover, Lyle put his spear into Mara's palm like passing a baby.
Here.
Lie for me if it lies to you, he said, and she nodded because she knew what he meant. Ortega walked the line with her. The night had become the sort of black that is texture. Their feet learned the topography of the beach. Soft here, shell there, cold stripe where the cooler had dragged last night. I felt it, Ortega said finally, into a space that would take a confidence and return an echo softened by fire. The seat. Me too, she said, like somebody opening their hands to your hips and fitting you into a space that belongs to gravity. He laughed once without consonants. Do you ever think he stopped? Always, she said. Finish anyway. Do you ever think we survived the crash by mistake, he said, and this is the part where physics writes us a correction? Mara thought about the bruise-colored horizon, the box, the white crabs with their clever, patient claws, the way the island had scrawled yes with a jaw. She touched the spear to the sand so lightly, it barely made a sound. I think we're still in the place where we get to choose, she said. After that, if there is an after, that's tomorrow's fault. They turned at the far end of the patrol. The sinkhole's surface, glossy in the few stars it bothered to reflect, made a face of the sky. For a moment the reflection arranged itself into a face she knew. Not her mother this time. Someone she'd said goodbye to with chic corners. Stop, she told her eyes, and they obeyed like kind dogs. Back at the fire, Beth sat up into third watch with the smile of a woman who could wring caffeine out of stones if you handed her the right rock. Sleep, she told them. Dream only dreams you can fold and put away. Mara lay down with her jacket over her face like a helmet. The ground hummed a lullaby written by a refrigerator. She felt herself go under like a diver who meant to. She woke at a sound that didn't belong. Not hum, not crab music, not the soft choke of the water maker deciding to like them. It was a click, then another. Then another, building in quick, quiet succession, the way a row of seatbelts might be buckled down a line by people who knew how to leave. Mara sat up fast enough to swim in air. Beth was already standing, her silhouette a cutout against the knot fire. Up, Beth said, not loud, not soft. Stay here. Mara with me. They moved toward the sound. The mid-beach, the combed grid, the aisle. The seats, those obscene, precise rows, had occupants now.
Not people.
Not bodies. Offerings. Every square held an object. A buckle.
A shoe.
A phone. A doll missing one eye. A pilot's hat, not Ortega's. He had never had one with him. This was Storybook Pilot, set just so. The white crabs had done what white crabs do. Inventory, grid, an argument with chaos. At the head, the suitcase box blinked awake, delighted. Cross-check complete, it said. Cabin secure. Beth's breath was so quiet Mara could have written a recipe on it. Get everyone, she said. Quietly. By the time the circle of bodies stood at the rope line, the aisle had gleamed itself wet again. The hum rose a fraction. The radio, insulted at being out of frame, whispered, 26 seated, and then, in a voice that did not belong to any of them, said clear as a cut, rotate. Ortega swore, low and sweet. I didn't say it, he said, half to the sinkhole, half to a god that had never been advertised. I didn't. Somebody did, Raft said from his raft-shaped shadow.
Not now. Once.
Yesterday. The day after. They store verbs here like wine. Back, Beth said again, and for the first time her voice slid on its own confidence. Back. They obeyed. The aisle brightened. The first seat belt clacked open. The second clicked shut. The third unlatched, and then latched into the wrong buckle like a child learning shapes. A rhythm built. Click, click, click. The sound of an aircraft cabin preparing to jump in place. Mara felt it like a pressure change behind her eyes. Not a wind. A plan. The sinkhole was dressing them by proxy. If they stood there long enough, it would fit each of them with a piece of them and tell them they had agreed to leave. Fire, Lyle said softly. Louder. Evan dumped palm onto coals. Lyle breathed in until the air remembered flame. The fire took the instruction and became big. The heat slapped the aisle politely. The aisle glowed anyway. Tell it no, Raft called, and then, quieter to himself. Tell it your best no. Not a polite no. A no you will owe interest on. Beth lifted the rules board and read it like a scripture, and for the first time, the rules sounded like what scripture actually is, not guarantees, but a rhythm to say over the noise. No names beyond the wire, she intoned. No night swims. No one alone near the sinkhole. We eat together. We listen together.
We do not feed it our dead.
We do not feed it questions we don't mean. We do not give it a pilot. We don't accept deliveries. We don't go where objects go. Nia stood beside her and added, in the voice that had talked people out of dying on kitchen floors, we keep our sleeves in fist. They gripped. The aisle clicked its way down the line like a metronome learning a song too fast. Then Jonah spoke. He had been quiet, heavy against Sanaa's chest the way children get when the body's bargain with sleep is falling apart. Now he lifted his head, put one small hand out toward the aisle without reaching his full arm, and said, in a voice like a bell heard through a bedroom door, stop. The click stopped. Everything stopped. Even the sinkhole, magnanimous, held its breath. Sanaa froze as if moving would break whatever magic her child had inherited from being exactly new enough. Baby, she whispered, afraid to dress the moment in the wrong clothes. Do that again. Jonah frowned, called up all his mighty 2-year-old agency, put his hand out again, and said, stop. It worked the way it never does in paid advertisements. The aisle dulled to a mat. The seatbelts gave up their business like men told to stand down when they were about to do something beautiful and cruel. The box blinked once, twice, petulant. 26, the radio said, small now, almost sulking. 26 not seated. Sanaa folded Jonah back into herself, shaking in a way that wasn't fear and wasn't not fear. We don't use that voice for toys, she told him, because mothers are required to lay rails even when the train doesn't believe in tracks. Only for big things. He patted her collarbone as if to agree that big things should behave when asked. The exhale that went through the camp could have lifted a bird. Raft laughed once into his tarp and then stopped himself. Good kid, he said into the dark. Keep him away from the hole. Beth planted the rules board into the sand like a flag. We are done, she told the aisle, the seats, the hole, the crabs, the box, the radio, the cooler, the night, for tonight. You may rehearse your play without our applause. They retreated to the fire and did not turn their backs on the aisle until their bodies insisted on vertebrae. The white crabs combed the grid again, replacing the seat shape with something simpler, a circle. In the circle they placed 3 buckles closed, 1 buckle open, a jaw turned upside down like a bowl, and, God help them, a toy airplane carved from driftwood, clean and smooth, its paint worn to a memory. Who carved that? Evan asked into his hands, and nobody told him it didn't matter. They slept in inches. They dreamed a long runway made of teeth and sand. They dreamed seat pockets full of hands. They dreamed old lives offered in airline foil. Just before dawn, when the cold sneaks in as if it had been hiding in coral all along, Philip got up. He told himself he needed to pee. He told himself the belt on his wrist itched. He told himself a lot of things. The box knew the exact weight of his feet on sand. It brightened without gloating. If you are ready to take your seat, it whispered, intimate now. Not a broadcast, but a bedside voice. Please say yes. Philip looked back at the circle of bodies armored in each other. He looked at the aisle that wasn't for him, and was. He put his hand over the buckle on his wrist the way a man might hold a strung rosary in a dark church. Yes, he breathed. Nothing moved. Then, very gently, a seatbelt 2 rows down clicked open and shut like an answer. The belt on his wrist warmed, a soft pressure that felt for all the world like a pulse that was not his. When he lay back down, he tucked his hand under his head to hide the bead of metal. He closed his eyes and saw the sinkhole, and in the sinkhole he saw a sky where planes never landed because no one needed to. At real dawn, Raft pointed at the horizon with his chin, a thin black line advancing like a document being fed into a hungry machine. The black tide, he said. It comes with presents when you agree. You today. We didn't, Beth said, bone-tired and furious. It heard different, Raft said. Sometimes it hears nearly. Mara stood, the spear light and ugly in her hand. Her mouth tasted like pennies, and yes. Then we make it hear no again, she said. Loud. The box blinked, friendly as a bomb. The radio found their names and rolled them like prayer beads with dry precision. The sinkhole loosened its throat. And from under the morning blue, just before the first shadow of the black touched the combed line, came a sound that every human being knows because the world taught it to them with love and then punishment. The soft, library hush of many bodies rising together from seats. Chapter 7, The Calling. Morning wore itself thin like cheap cloth in a dryer. Hotter, meaner, full of static. The black tide stalled at the combed line as if an invisible lip held it. That soft library hush, the sound of many people standing at once, hung in the air a second too long, then unstitched itself into ordinary wind. Make it loud, Beth said. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't need to. They did the human things with the zeal of heretics. Fed the fire, moved bottles, cranked the desalinator until Philip's forearms shook and Evan's palms blistered. Sanaa told Jonah the story of a turtle who decided not to be soup. Lal sang a fisherman's chant in a voice that had taught weather to mind its tone. Nia organized shade like field surgery. The box blinked with patient customer service. The radio sulked, then relented, and let static be a room again. The white crabs repainted their grid with the officious energy of bureaucrats who had discovered a new form. It didn't feel like victory so much as the intermission where the actors drink water and whisper into each other's knuckles. Next, Raft pulled into the lagoon's lip, tarp hooded like a man who had married his own weather. You held, he said. His approval came wrapped in warning. It hates being told no by children. Good, Beth said. Send a complaint. He tipped his chin at the combed line. The grid had rewritten itself. At its head, instead of more, the crabs had spelled a new word in peanut halves and bits of cutlery. Call. Phone a friend. Evan muttered, half laugh, half flinch.
Or summon, Lyle said.
Or inventory, Philip added hoarsely. Call roll. The box, obliging, lit. Roll call, it said brightly. A pause. 26. Stop counting, Beth said, softer than anger, harder than plea. The sun climbed until the sinkholes blew hurt to look at. Wind came in sheets, snapping palm fronds into applause. They staggered lunch, measured handfuls of mac and cheese and coconut, as if hunger itself were an appointment they could reschedule. The desalinated coughed thin clear into bottles like a throat surprised by mercy. By mid-afternoon, the sky walled up. That bruised, stacked horizon had resolved into something that wanted to be a storm and couldn't make up its mind which shape to wear. Heat pressed, withdrew, pressed again. Everyone's nerves developed ears. That was when the radio woke with a sound that wasn't static and wasn't singing.
It was a toy.
A tinny, perfectly pitched melody. Row, row, row your boat. Slowed just a hair, each note a little damp, as if played from a plastic speaker someone had once dropped in a bathtub and set on a towel to dry. Sanaa's body moved before thought. She had Jonah scooped and his ears covered in a single gesture, as if the sound were a thrown knife. Not for you, she told the air through her teeth. Not for you, not for you. The song stopped mid-row. Good morning, Jonah, the box said, bright as a daycare check-in. Turn it off, Beth said. It doesn't have. Evan started. Then teach it, Beth said. Ortega went to the shed as if to a cockpit. Crisp steps, refusal braided with competence. He flipped the toggle out of loyalty to an order of the world that had once existed. He put his palm on the casing and pressed, like checking a fever. No, he said to the set, and to the lagoon, and to himself.
No.
The speaker on the beach beat him to it.
Call, the box said.
Call your mother. Call your wife. Call the voice that makes you yes. Lyle, who did not have a wife and had not spoken of the mother he had buried with indifference and regret in equal measure, spat neatly into the sand. No calls today, he told it. Phones and rice. The box processed the joke, failed to laugh, pivoted. Then call the pilot, it said, cheerful. Ask him to take off. No, Ortega said again, louder, because sometimes volume is the last ritual you have left. The air changed quietly. It wasn't a breeze. It was a circumference. A pressure ring feathered around the camp, gentle as a nurse's hand on a shoulder, and then tightened until unconsciously everyone had a reason to put a palm to their sternum and cough. The sinkhole hummed, not a note this time, but a dial tone. Evan made a dumb, despairing grin. Of course, he said. We live in a parody of ourselves. Mara reached for a bottle and found her own fingers shaking. She put the bottle down. Buddy sleeves, she said, not looking away from the box. The grid, the lagoon. The camp linked arms, wrists, fabric, a human loom. The call arrived. Not in the radio. Not in the box. In the air between them, as if the island had discovered speakerphone as a verb. A click. A compression. And then a voice that did not belong to anyone living in the circle and belonged intimately to at least 3 of them. Mara? The voice was 60 and dry and went straight through her like a threaded needle. Honey. Mara's mouth filled with copper. She swallowed a yes whole and nearly gagged on the edges. No, she said, to her own throat more than the air. Mara, the not voice said again, patient, warm, carrying the weight of 1,000 actual evenings with dishes, 1,000 actual mornings with grocery lists. Are you there? Beth squeezed Mara's sleeve hard enough to bruise. Nia moved a fraction closer, without moving. Evan made a choked sound sympathetic with everything. Another voice, overlapping, a man's this time, older than her mother had liked to sound when he wanted something. Pilot. The Y of pilot was pinched oddly, like someone trying a word on to see if it fit. You there? Ortega closed his eyes. The line of his mouth said prayer. His eyes, when he opened them, did not collaborate. No, he said.
He meant not like that.
The box, delighted, volunteered options. If you would like to hear your mother's voice, say yes. If you would like to hear the tower, say yes. If you would like to hear the landing instructions, say. Shut up, Beth said, and because she spoke in teacher, the box paused. The island had learned a language. It wanted to practice. Sanaa's body went rigid. Jonah had gone still in that way toddlers do before a roar. Silence filled with muscle. Mama? A child's voice asked from the air. Not Jonah's. Not any child they knew. The vowel sat wrong. The lilt was from a different kitchen. Mama, I fell. Mama, it hurts.
Manga.
Sanaa's hands trembled so hard, she had to interlock them behind Jonah's head to keep from breaking the rule she had invented. We do not feed at our dead, by answering a mouth made of air. She bit the inside of her cheek and tasted iron. Jonah, who was 2 and also an ancient being made of rules more than neurons, murmured no into her shirt, small and stern. Raft, from the lagoon, spoke like a man confessing to a church he burned years ago. It called me captain, he said, for months. I am not that. It will run down your whole catalog. If there is a call you cannot ignore, move your feet. Move where? Philip asked. His voice was duct-taped with awe and terror. It's the air. Into noise, Raph said. Into each other.
Talk over it.
Sing dumb things. The sinkhole doesn't like competition. Beth pointed at Lyle with authority borrowed from campfire fairy tales.
Song, she said. Now.
Lyle didn't argue. He started with what he had, a rough-edged fishing lullaby no one had asked to be soothed by, the words so practical they turned holy. Tie, coil, check, steer, a rhythm you can row to and bleed to and fix to. Tie your knots and tie your tongue, he sang, not loud, not pretty, unashamed. Check the line and check your lungs. Evan joined on the wrong note with the right heart. Nia added a backbeat with a spoon on a water bottle. Beth found a harmony out of sheer pettiness. Sanaa hummed because her throat was full of all the yes she wouldn't give. Mara didn't sing at first. She listened to the not voice say her name again with her mother's rasp, and then with someone else's laughter, and then with a violence that made the world tilt, with her own voice, recorded and replayed. Mara?
Honey?
The island was willing to use any mouth to get what it wanted. She put her mouth to work in return. We are here, she said, into the hum, into the call, into the faces, living, dead, imagined. We are alive. She did not say 26. We are not ordering service. The dial tone faltered, caught itself, brightened out of spite. Pilot. The air said again, loving the syllables. Rotate. Ortega opened his mouth, and the entire circle tensed. He shut it. He smiled, a real, ugly, human smile that belonged to a man on a runway never built. No, he said, not yours. A new voice, perfectly ordinary in a way that hurt, entered the call. An airport clerk, that eternal minor deity. Final boarding, she said, brisk. Last call for, she said the flight number from their plane, precise to the digit. She said the destination. She said the gate. Gate's wrong, Evan said, relieved by the error the way a child is relieved to find an adult bad at math. The island corrected. Gate C23, it said, offended. Sanaa laughed then, a single sharp note, knife bright. Oh, you little thief, she said into the air. You don't even know our airport. You don't even know our shoes. The sound changed. It wanted to sulk. It didn't know how. The call tried one more line. A man's voice, kind and unplaceable, saying the thing people who love you say when they need you to make a mistake for their comfort. It's okay, he said. It's okay. No, Beth said, for the whole ridiculous species. It isn't, and we're going to live anyway. Silence fell. Not total. Nothing on the island allowed total, but enough that wind had a say again. The dial tone did what dial tones do when nobody picks up. It died of boredom. The box, grudging, blinked once. Missed call, it reported, chagrined. New voicemail. Oh, come on, Evan said, strangled laughter bursting free. We have voicemail on our hellscape. The LED pulsed green. The speaker crackled like a rapper. A voice they hadn't heard yet arrived. Not the numbers woman. Not the recorded exile. Not their living. Not their dead. This voice was thinner, stretched, as if pulled through a wire too narrow. It spoke fast, like it was paying by the second. "Hello," it said. The name was static. "If this gets to anyone, don't." Sound slashed. "Feed it your names. Don't feed it your clocks. Especially don't." Another cut. "Let it teach you to pray in the voice you miss." A scuffle. A breath. Then, almost conversationally, the voice said, "If you have a child, the island will use them first."
Sana swayet.
The circle tightened around her without being seen to. Countermeasures. The message rushed on. The way people talk when they are trying to outpace what's coming down a hall.
Noise.
Group song. Write rules where you can see them. Wire into fresh water, not the hole. The hole lies. A gasp, a laugh that was not humor. If the crabs spell call, answer with an O. It understands an O if enough mouths make it a wall. The recording warped and clipped. A low-throated hum under it, familiar now, rose like a boil. The last line burst out clean, uncorrupted, as if the island wanted to make sure this part landed. It will offer you a feast and ask nothing in return. That is the return. The voicemail ended. The box blinked, chastened, then coy. "Would you like to save?" it asked sweetly. "Press 1. To delete, press." Mara walked forward and put the rules board in front of the speaker like a shield. With a black marker that had lost its will to be bold, she wrote an O in letters so Big Jonah could have read them if he had wanted to learn. She propped the sign against the box as if bracing a door. "Saved," the box said after a beat, confused. They didn't laugh. Not fully. The sound that escaped the circle was a rusted hinge and a sob shaking hands. The storm chose then to become real. Wind dropped its disguise and arrived, shouldering the palms into creeks. The first fat drops of rain hit the sand hard enough to leave dimples. Lightning stitched decision into the sky and ripped it out again before anyone could argue. "Fire down," Beth barked. "Shade tight. Water in. Secure everything that thinks it's an airplane." They moved like a team with too many chiefs and just enough hands. The crabs fled in a dry hiss, abandoning the grid to rain. The aisle into the sinkhole blurred, then sharpened, then blurred again as water filled and spilled. The box blinked happily, weather, and tried to announce cabin procedures until Lyle draped it in a tray liner and pinned it with a rock like an unruly picnic. The storm broke the world into parts. Sound. Rain like nails, wind like a cat in a wall, thunder like a whale dropping. Smell. Ozone old pennies, sweet rot whipped into something that wanted to be clean and couldn't. Sight. Sheeted gray. The lagoon a hammered coin. The sinkhole a bruise never meant to heal. They lashed the shade tighter, turned their backs to wind, made walls of their bodies for those who needed walls. The desalinator wheezed and tried to breathe water into water and gave up with dignity. Jonah slept through the first volley because toddlers are cruel in their trust. Sanaa stood with her legs planted and her jaw set and looked like the statue of a woman no city would commission and every city needs. Through it, because of it, the radio found a way to misbehave. It came on dead center, no toggle, no hand, and began counting in a language Mara didn't know and knew anyway. 111. It counted in the beat of rain. It counted in the flash gap of lightning. It counted until Beth picked up the rules board and held it high like a shield against numbers. "No," Beth told the counting. "We count us. You don't." Lightning hit the reef. Not close enough to singe hair. Close enough to teach all of their spines the shape of certain verbs. The blast moved through coral and air and water and radio. For one bright, impossible second, the sinkhole glowed. Not with light, but with depth, as if the storm had torn the island's skin away to show the architecture. Pillars. Rooms. A cathedral of negative space. And threaded through it, lines bright as magnesium. Wire. Look, Ortega hissed, not meaning to disobey the rule, already guilty. The aerial. It was down there, Not the one Evan had strung. Impossible. But a cousin, a skeleton of wire helixed into the throat. Old, salt-greened, alive with storm. The glow vanished with the next clap of thunder, as if revealed too early in the show. Someone built this. Evan breathed, not sure whether to be comforted or enraged. Someone wired the mouth. Someone kept listening, Raph said grimly. Someone taught it our verbs. The storm moved on the way theater moves, scene by scene. Wind spent itself screaming and left rain to whisper. The sky ripped open one last time, and then remembered clouds. The sinkhole hummed itself back into charm. The box blinked the way appliances do after outages. The crabs returned from wherever crabs hide to redraw a ruined grid with the patience of things that will never die because they were not living the way we mean. They took stock in stormlight. Injuries, shallow, many, tended. Fire, rescued, small. Water, enough. Spirits, a choreography of bruised and standing. Rules, intact, wetter. Then the island made the smallest move of the day, and it was the worst. From the combed line, a white crab the size of a saucer scuttled out, dragging something between its lifted claws with the delicate insistence of a child leading a parent to a painting on a fridge. It set the object at Beth's feet, adjusted it by a degree, stepped back, and lifted its claws as if presenting a certificate. The object was a laminated card on a lanyard, the kind you wear when you go through airport doors that say staff only and don't die. It was slick with rain and clean as if it had been washing in the mine. On one side, a barcode. On the other, a name. Printed. Crisp. Beth's name. Every rule they had, and no names, beat once like a pulse. Beth didn't reach. She didn't move. She looked at the card as if it were a loaded word. Raft breathed a syllable like a swear. Nia stepped forward and put her foot over the card, so the name disappeared under the sole she used to walk and bleed. She stood there until rain glued card to sand and shoe to card. Not today, she told the island, knife calm. Not ever on paper. The box, muffled under liner and rock, made a disappointed little ding. Mara exhaled a laugh that hurt and felt like oxygen anyway.
It's learning, she said.
So are we. Beth's smile had ash in it and victory and rain. Good, she said. Tomorrow it'll try feast. We'll bring our own food and our own no. The storm's last shiver went through the palms. The sinkhole went quiet in the way mouths go quiet when they are still thinking. The radio found static and let it be. They settled the camp like a chessboard after a check that didn't take. Joan awoke, bleary and holy, and asked for the turtle story again. Sanaa told it with more swears. Lal checked the spear for cracks and found none. Evan wrung water from the rules board and propped it back where it could look the island in the face. Ortega stared toward the lagoon and did not lean forward 1 inch. Dusk, real dusk, post-storm dusk rolled down. Fire found itself bigger than it expected to be. Raft faded into reef shadow and tarp. The white crabs wrote and wrote. Near dark, the box worked up its courage and pinged. New message. It chirped small. Nobody moved. It waited, then continued in a voice that had been taught to be kind. Tonight's menu, it said. For the feast. The LED pulsed. The speaker whispered a list. Not foods. Voices. A father laughing. A sister singing wrong on purpose. A lover apologizing the way they always did, spinning a rope from their throat to yours. The island read the names off itself, without names, offering courses. When it finished, the box waited for the polite human quiet that means go ahead. Beth lifted her chin. Kitchen's closed, she said. We eat together. The box blinked, confused. The crabs rearranged peanuts into call one more time, and then, as if finally understanding the shape of a wall, scuffed it out themselves. Night put its hands on their shoulders. The hum under the world settled into a key that did not match the blood in their wrists, and that was fine. They took shifts. They slept in slices. They dreamed not runways, not teeth, not aisles. They dreamed noise. Loud, human, badly sung, full of jokes, off-key and alive. And somewhere below, In the rooms lightning had revealed for one traitor second, the island rearranged its silverware. Chapter 8: The Feast. The storm rinsed the island clean of its lies and left the honest ones. Salt crust on lips, rope burns turned glossy, sand in every seam a body ever invented. The morning after wore a pale clarity that made even the sinkhole's blue look polite. The white crabs came back from wherever crabs go when sky yells and began, without preamble, to build. They didn't draw a grid. They set a table. Seat bases dragged out of wreckage became low benches. 2 rows of armrests, polished slick, became rails. Trays laid end to end, those familiar segmented saints of airline hunger, made a long, wrong banquet. At the head, on a panel of fuselage like a headstone, they arranged gifts with ceremonial neatness. A buckle, a jawbone, a child sneaker, 3 coins that would stand on their edges if asked nicely. In the center, they placed a thing that stole the camp's breath. It was a fish, cleaned and opened, silver skin still wearing the ocean, laid on broad palm fronds as if on a surgeon's tray. The eyes were clear. The belly cavity was packed with something that steamed in morning air. Hot, Evans said, stupid with disbelief. It's cooking? Chemical, Ortega said, because pilots know about everything they wish they didn't. Exothermic reaction packs. Dry heat. Somebody put them under. His gaze flicked without his permission toward the cooler. The cooler had migrated a foot in the night. Its handle pointed at the lagoon like a dog pointing at a duck. Favor. Raft called from his tarp shadow on the reef, voice flat. 3rd sunrise. It's asking. Beth planted the rules board in the sand where island eyes could not pretend to miss it. We bring our own food. It read in black gone gray. She underlined it until the paper softened. Not today, she said to the crabs, to the steaming fish, to the smiling buckle. We have our own breakfast. They did not. Not really. Coconut is a rumor you keep telling your stomach until it decides to laugh. The desalinator wheezed along like an asthmatic hero. 2 airline meals remained in a cache under fronds because even discipline needs insurance. Everyone tasted the air and pretended their mouths were full. The box on the beach woke like a waiter. Good morning, it chimed. Tonight's menu for the feast. The LED winked. The voice warmed. Voices. Stories. Warmth.
Seats.
Home. Those aren't foods, Nia said. Those are verbs. Jonah toddled toward the table with the magnetism of a child invented specifically to test rules. Sanaa caught him with the smooth speed you get after doing it 1,000 times, a hand to the belly and a pivot that turned one into a game. We don't eat presents, she told him. We eat our own. He looked consideringly at the fish and then at the coconut half in his other hand. Boring, he declared, but took a noble bite of coconut anyway, jaw working with the solemn patience of the saved. The crabs did not sulk. They brought more. They arrived in a dry procession like a wedding party that had gotten lost in the concept of aisle. 2 carried a palm bowl filled with translucent cubes that looked almost like agar and almost like ice. 2 dragged a torn plastic bag of limes that could not belong to any tree on the island because they gleamed supermarket green. 1 came staggering sideways under the weight of the toy airplane from last night, newly scrubbed, a ribbon of airline blanket tied around its fuselage like a sash. You little lunatics, Evans said to the crabs, voice soft with fury. You went shopping. Inventory, Philip muttered, throat dry. He had not slept well. The closed belt around his wrist had bitten an arc into his skin like a pet deciding it owned him. Seeing the food loosened his bones in a way that felt like gratitude and disgust laced together. Let's move it, Beth said briskly, as if it were only a matter of tidying. Spearman, pilot, sweep it toward the rack line. Put the nice food on a nice funeral. Lyle and Ortega went in like men carrying out furniture someone they loved had once wanted. The crabs watched with serene incomprehension. At the rack line, Lyle set the fish down with the care he'd give a body and bowed his head out of habit and disrespect. Ortega rolled the lime bag with his foot and sent the fruit tumbling back toward the tide. They bobbed, bright as buoys, until the current found them. The box chimed, indulgent. Complimentary appetizer returned. It said, "Understood." "Understood what?" Beth asked. "That we're rude? Keep understanding." The island understood a different thing. It changed the smell. The air sweetened. Not the burnt sugar note of the black tide. No rot, no diesel. This was a kitchen memory you could chew with your teeth. Browning butter, garlic smashed under a knife, onions hitting hot metal and going glassy. It should have belonged to someone's fourth floor walk-up at 6 p.m., to a child's backpack thumped on a chair, to a dog learning the word dinner with all 4 feet. Here it belonged to nobody, and it belonged to all of them. Mara felt something in the meat of her arm go soft the way a limb does as blood returns. She closed her mouth against saliva and swallowed anger instead. "You can't make taste," she told the air. It could, apparently, make sound. From the radio, toggle driven to off, cord unplugged with a petty flourish by Ortega an hour earlier, came the familiar smooth rasp of an airline tannoy or a love letter to one. "Pre-boarding the feast," the voice said. "Those needing extra time may approach. Mothers with children. The tired." Sanaa laughed once, a single sharp note that sounded like a shell breaking. "No," she said. The box blinked, as if taking notes. Raft didn't move closer. If anything, his raft drifted an inch back as if the water between them had thickened into a polite distance. "It won't stop," he advised, regret gentle as salt on skin. "It'll try memory next."
It did.
The crabs, as if on cue, began carrying out objects that should not be here. A set of house keys with a green rubber frog on the ring that made Beth's face change shape and then change back. A scuffed copy of Goodnight Moon so damply perfect Sanaa had to go breathe behind her knuckles. A program from a wedding that couldn't possibly have traveled these waters and yet had. A quarter with a scratch across Washington's cheek that was exactly like the one Evan had used for a magic trick in 7th.
Grade.
"Tell it no," Beth said, and the camp told it no in the way people tell dogs they love not to sit on sofas. The island altered its approach. No longer eat, but watch. The sinkhole brightened as a cloud moved and caught a shallow angle. Under its lens, a cinema developed, pictures layered until you could peel them like wallpapers. Here was a father with grease on his hands swearing at a light bulb and then laughing at his own swearing. There a birthday cake with a frosting rose that had not been earned. There a hand on a shoulder, no face attached, just the weight of it, and that was worse. Mara stared into the blue until her eyes watered, and then, because she had learned, shored herself with a decision. "Noise," she said. "I need noise." Evan obliged with a monologue about the worst office coffee he had ever put in his mouth. Lel added a story about a squid that had tried to steal a whole boat's worth of bait and gotten a name for it he couldn't repeat here. Nia described in soothing, medical detail the proper way to dress a burn if you were a moron who had burned themselves making garlic naan on a portable burner in a studio apartment. Sanaa narrated Goodnight Moon with everything except the names, and Jonah filled them in with puffs of air because he had invented his own alphabet. The box listened politely. At their feet, the crabs set the toy airplane on the long table and rotated it until its nose faced the sinkhole, as if it intended to taxi. Its shadow made the aisle into something it had been practicing in its spare time. "Water," Nia said, like a prayer that wasn't. "We hydrate twice as much on trick days." Philip brought bottles. He did not look at the fish. He did not look at the limes. He did not touch the belt on his wrist, as if it were a pet beggar at his knee. He handed water to Beth with a smile that had done fine work in the conference rooms of the world, and was tired of Anasan. "We can just," he began, and then stopped. "What could you just?" "Sing," Beth said, because some verbs are scaffolding. "Tie, coil, check, steer." They sang badly. They sang with gusto. They sang until even the box seemed to get bored and, in retaliation, acquired a new trick. "Menu update," it chimed. "Hot items available." The cooler clicked. Everyone's shoulders went up the way shoulders go up when you hear a gun rack open in a room you weren't told had guns. The handle slid out by an inch with a hum like an expensive appliance behaving above its pay grade. Mist flowed over the lip and puddled around bare ankles with the trust of a cat. Raph's voice arrived, quiet and immediate. That's it. Favor time. Beth stepped between the cooler and the aisle. What do you want? She asked the box. Say it so we can tell you no without guessing. The box worked it through like a child solving a problem in public. Return request, it said sweetly. Please return loaned cold. Return cold, Evan repeated, wobbling between awe and contempt. You want entropy back. Please and thank you, the box said, delighted with the phrase, and then, more precisely, seat. The belt on Philip's wrist warmed like a cup of tea. He lifted his hand as if it were not his, and then froze it halfway. Nia saw from 20 feet away, without looking away. Buddy sleeves, she said low and fast. Hands locked onto cloth across the circle, like magnets finding mates. Philip's caught on Evan's. Evan squeezed. The belt cooled. Philip shook hard and turned the motion into a laugh with embarrassing courage. The crabs, bored of waiting for humans to be less human, set to work themselves. They picked up the toy airplane, marched it up the table, and made it take, in perfect, ridiculous miniature, the necessary turn onto the aisle. The aisle shone obligingly. The white claws gave the plane a little shove and watched it roll on its blank wheels until the nose met the lip of the sinkhole and bumped there, polite as a dog told no, tail hidden, wanting to jump. Stop, Jonah commanded without looking up from the page he was making up, and the toy stopped. The camp exhaled in one ragged animal. Even Raph's shoulders lowered a finger width out on the reef. The box picked a new tactic. The LED blinked in a pattern they had learned to dread. Not message, not count, something else. The speaker popped. The voice that came out was the recorded exile again, the woman from the USB, only thinner now, eroded by too much repeating, like a shoreline taken a foot at a time. If you're smart, she said, you will build the biggest fire you can at night and make it watch you live. We are, Beth said. We will. And the recording continued, voice feathering with its own age. If you have to choose between hunger and debt, pretend debt is worse. Debt is worse, Lyle said, as a man who had tried both. Always, Raph agreed softly. The sun came down its ladder. The island put on its gold that means decide now. They decided in the way you decide to stay sober in a wet town on a dry day. Together, out loud, with a list. Rules, Beth said, and wrote a new line on paper swollen with rain. We do not eat what we didn't watch become food. Meaning, Nia translated. No miracle fish, no anonymous heat. Meaning, Evan added, because he needed jokes that weren't jokes, no room service. Meaning, Ortega said, looking at his hands, no leaving because leaving is served. Sanaa pressed Jonah's head against her collarbone and spoke into his hair in the tone you reserve for math, God, and toddlers. We say no with all our mouths. They built the fire tall, taller than the night before, taller than sense. Driftwood, bronze, seat parts that wouldn't melt but might smoke an opinion into the air. The flame climbed like a ladder behaving itself. Sparks climbed with it and fell. Smoke drifted reefward and made Raph's tarp rattle as if the fabric could refuse scent. The feast called at dusk. They didn't need the box to announce it. The island made a theater of shadows. The aisle shone to arrogant mirror. The long table reglittered with offerings that should never have belonged to an island. A bowl of grapes that sweated beads like grief. A cup of ice that clinked against itself like glass teeth and did not seem to want to melt. A perfect birthday cupcake capped with a swirl of white. The crabs parted around it like waiters at a Michelin star lie. Their own food was laughable beside it. Coconut chips toasted over flame until they pretended to be chips. A handful of conch hacked out and seared until almost good. Naps organized like dessert. Even the water they had wrestled from the desalinator looked smug in bottles, as if it wanted to compliment the island on presentation. Noise, Beth said, because noise is bred. Humanists. Please. They gave it. Lyle's chant. Evan's long, idiotic joke about a sequel query walking into a bar and not finding what it asked for because it hadn't escaped a single quote. Nia's bedtime yar voice, telling the story of the patient who had named his own stitches. Sanaa's turtle who refused soup and became mayor. Ortega's silence, which had weight and counted as noise anyway. The sinkhole hummed in the key of appetite. The box found a final lever. It played a sound no one could do anything but answer to, a fork laid gently against a plate. The kind of music that precedes a toast. The kind of music you have learned means someone you love is about to be brave. Don't, Beth said quickly. We don't toast their idea of us. Something moved at the edge of the fire, just outside the light. Not a crab, not human. A low shape slick as oil and scaled like lamplight. It slithered along the high line, a worm of shadow that seemed to drink the glow. Jonah pointed without enthusiasm. Shiny worm, he said and yawned, because exhaustion and fairy tales share a border. Back, Lyle said mildly to the worm, as if asking a cat to please not be a cat. The worm paused, lifted a head that had no right angles, tasted air, and went on, uninterested in bodies. It slid beneath the banquet table and dented the sand so gently the trays trembled. The fish rocked. The grapes shivered. The cupcake's frosting shone like an eye. We sit, Philip said abruptly. Not to comply, to anchor. His voice surprised even him. We sit here, he clarified, pointing at the human fire. We eat this. They sat. The circle closed. The fire accepted attention like a dog accepts worship, with a sigh, with a posture, with a promise to stay if you stay. Nia portioned toasted coconut and conch with the sanctity of a woman feeding communion. Sanaa let Jonah hold the ladle handle with her and pretend he had served himself. Evan said grace in JavaScript by accident. Everyone forgave him. Across the sand, the aisle gleamed brighter in snits. The toy airplane jerked a centimeter and stopped of its own accord. Stop, Jonah said, casual as a prince, and it stopped. They ate badly and well. They sang nothing and everything. They counted, quietly, to themselves, shoulders and breaths, and the way the night went through them instead of over them. The island waited. The sinkhole's hum shifted toward a note you'd put under dessert. The crabs held their tiny white hands up like satellite dishes. Raph's voice arrived from the dark with a softness that made Mara think of a man setting a glass down on wood. It will ask one more time, he said. It always does. It did. The box, muffled beneath its tray liner and rock, found a way to be heard anyway. A little tourist of a voice, peeking under door, bright with a last-ditch charm. If you are ready, it said, tender, to take your seat, say yes. No, Beth told it, and then, for once, instead of writing a rule, she offered a prayer that sounded like one. We are home wherever we hold out our bowls. We are hungry where our throats are. We knew hunger before you sang, and we will know it after. The silence that followed had edges. It had patience. It sounded like someone tidying dishes they had been proud of. The aisle dimmed, without pouting. The cupcake held its dome and didn't sweat. The grapes lost exactly one bead of water and none of their desire. The fish cooled. The crabs, en masse, performed an action so tiny and so strange that it made everyone's scalp tighten. They turned their clear eyes toward the camp, toward the circle that refused utensils, and lifted their claws. One by one, on the count of something only they could hear, they set the tips of their claws together in pairs. 100 neat kisses of claw to claw. A little applause withheld. Is it clapping? Evan whispered, and Raph, of all people, answered gently. It's counting down. They went to ground watches with their bellies loud, and their throats singing private songs. First watch, Beth and Lyle. Second, Mara and Ortega. Third, Evan, with Raft calling from the reef if his tarp would let his mouth through. The island slept with its eye open. The sinkhole hummed in the key of later. The box blinked twice in its sleep and then, for the first time since they had arrived, did not count. Mara, on second, walked the beach with the spear, and the feeling of having successfully not died like a coin under her tongue. Ortega matched her steps. We did it, he said, too low to wake anything but hope. For tonight, she said. For tonight, he agreed, and smiled a human smile at nothing, a thing she would keep in her pocket against winter. They turned at the aisle. The toy airplane had moved. Not much, an inch. 2 inches. The sand showed the wheel tracks, the honest telling of motion. The nose sat out over the lip of dark, shadow-turned cutout, the angle identical to the one you get when a pilot holds the nose up and says the word he doesn't have to say. Mara looked down at the line in the sand where the crabs loved to comb and thought, as steadily as she could manage with her mouth. No. The airplane sat. The night listened to itself breathe. Third watch, Evan said after, fighting yawn and dread, cheerful as penicillin.
Go. Sleep.
I'm very good at staring at darkness. I subscribe to 5 different darknesses. I can compare. Mara and Ortega surrendered the line and learned again the sacrament of lying down next to fear and doing okay anyway. Beth dozed with one hand on the rules, as if to keep the letters warm. Sanaa dreamed Jonah grown and ridiculous and alive. Lyle dreamed the ocean in long, true lines that did not turn into mouths. Evan walked. The reef whispered secrets to Raft under the tarp. The box played voicemail to itself at a volume nobody else could hear. The white crabs wrote the words call and then scuffed them out, ashamed of their handwriting. The cooler exhaled, and the breath curled back on itself and learned manners. Midnight, or something like it. Evan looked to the aisle and saw a belt lying open on the sand like a dropped idea. He bent, cautious, and nudged it with his foot. It latched itself to his boot, then thought better of it and fell away. Consent matters, he told it, absurd and trembling and brave. A sound came then, not from the hole, not from the box, the dry, chitinous click of many, many legs taking a step in unison. The crabs, all at once, shifted the long table an inch toward the sinkhole. Stop, Evan said, because he had a new trick, because he could, because Jonah slept, because somebody had to try. The table stopped. He laughed, high and hysterical, and clapped a hand over his mouth. Raft's tarp rustled. Don't play with it, he called, not unkind. I know, Evan whispered to the night, to the whole idea of it. I know. At dawn the table was gone, not dismantled.
Gone.
The beach showed its passing only in the way you notice a couch-sized absence in a room you lived in yesterday. The toy airplane sat alone at the lip of blue. The cupcake remained on a tray, perfect and terrible, a white swirl with a single of red at its peak like a drop of paint. The fish lay on the rack line with sand glued to its skin and dignity intact. In the sand where the table had been, the crabs had drawn letters with exquisite care, using airline peanuts like inlaid stone. New word.
Clear.
Punctuated with perfect economy.
Pay.
Chapter 9, Storm and Fire. The word pay held its neat peanut serif in the morning sun, like a bill slid across a counter. Nobody touched it. The crabs stood in 2 tidy ranks beside the letters with claws lifted, patient as clerks. What does it want? Philip asked, and the way his voice skipped said he already knew. Whatever we don't want to give, Beth said. She bent, brushed the peanuts into her palm, and scattered them wide, so the letters broke on air. The crabs redrew pay with comb lines anyway, faint and confident, as if the island trusted their muscle memory more than anything a hand could scatter. Raft pulled in until the lagoon lifted him without complaint. It always asks by daylight, he called, eyes on the blue. By night it stops asking. Stops. Evan started. Asking, Raft repeated. The horizon had grown a wall overnight. Not bruise, not stacked clouds arguing. A vertical sheet, dark as cut slate, pushed toward them with the slow malice of a thing too large for speed. Wind came in little pre-storm auditions, gusts that tugged the rules board, lifted hair and throwaway courage, and left behind a sweet scent like burned sugar reconsidered. The box pinged, eager to be relevant. Payment options, it chimed, as if offering upgrades.
Seat. Cold. Voice.
Nia swore, soft and surgical. No, she said on instinct and oath. Return loaned cold, the box suggested sunnily. The cooler, which had minded its own winter all morning, clicked. Mist rolled over the lip and laid a cold hand on ankles. The handle inched toward the lagoon, and then stopped, a patient dog. Buddy sleeves, Beth said, and they linked without looking, muscle learning its own alphabet. We don't pay in parts of ourselves. The crabs began to lay a line. They fetched fronds and dried palm rib, arranged them end to end from the long table's old footprint to the very lip of the sinkhole, a neat, pale path. They worked in silence, claws precise. Each frond overlapped with the next in a seamstress's seam. A few crabs vanished to the rack line and came back dark around the claws, dragging kelp wreathed in oil and a rag that smelled like jet fuel and old storms. They tucked the slick bundles along the path with fastidious care, smiling their bone-polite smiles at nobody. "Runway," Lyle said flatly. He lifted the spear because his body didn't know what else to lift. "No one lights anything," Beth said, and set her foot on the first frond like a period. The wall of storm advanced on its invisible wheels. The sinkhole lost its tourist blue. It went to coin gray, then to a darker color that didn't belong in daylight. The hum that lived in their ribs changed key, gaining harmonics like a choir stepping forward. Philip stood with his hands tucked into his elbows like a man attending his own trial. The overnight belt mark at his wrist had bruised up into a falsified bracelet. He kept touching it as if it might apologize. Raph's voice braided in from the lagoon.
You can choose a payment, he said.
Or it chooses. Choosing is cheaper. What do you pay with? Evan asked, temper bright with fear. What's the currency?
Teeth?
Time? Silence, Raph said. Or fire? Fire's cheap, Lyle said without smiling. Not tonight, Raph said. Wind arrived for real. Palms threw their spines into music. Sand lifted in polished sheets and went looking for eyes. Beth shouted orders in the lexicon of storms, down, lash, stow, shade to ground, and the circle exploded into competence. Mia strapped the desalinator beneath a lattice of fronds. Sanaa bundled Jonah against her with all the belts that were not cursed. Evan and Philip threw wet sand on the brush path until their hands were silver with slurry. The box beamed. Boarding begins, it said, proud of itself, and the speaker gave a smug little feedback squeal, as if the island had figured out microphones and joy. Mara hustled to the shed to kill whatever the storm might use as a mouth. The toggle did nothing, as usual. The radio breathed on anyway. 26, it said, humming with weather. 26 ready to. Stop, Jonah said from against Sanaa's collarbone, bored and royal. The radio hiccuped, sulked, resumed static. Lightning stitched itself in. The first drops hit. Fat, spatulate, smelling of salt and metal. In 2 breaths the world went from dust to water. The sinkhole surface, no longer pretty, showed depth the way skin shows truth under fluorescent light. The first betrayal took shape under rain. Mara felt it more than saw it. A heat not made by storm, a hush that wasn't wind. She turned. Philip had stepped off the sleeve line. He moved with a man's good intentions snapping in his steps like old elastic. He had a lighter from some drowned carry-on, and the kind of idiot courage everyone understands.
He didn't look at any of them.
He looked at the frond path. Don't, Beth said, soft, terrible. Philip flicked the wheel.
Flame.
It guttered in rain. He shielded it with his body. The wall of storm breathed in. The little fire took, licked, considered. The oil bundles woke. Heat ran down in a shudder, ignition traveling like gossip. The path lit. It wasn't a blaze, it was a ribbon. Pale flame traveled the seam of fronds, a quiet, determined line. It went straight for the lip like a thought you can't talk yourself out of. The box chimed with the pleasure of a host seeing guests obey the place cards. Doors to automatic. It trilled. Cross-check. Evan launched himself at Philip too late for the first fire and right on time for the second. He tackled him hard enough to knock truth out of both of them. The lighter spun into wet sand and died with a sizzle. Philip didn't fight. He looked at the runway doing exactly what he had asked and looked older than the storm. I thought, he said to no one. I could. And then he shut up because the words didn't deserve air. The ribbon reached the lip. The sinkhole breathed out. Heat lifted. Rain turned to steam and slicked faces. The hum swelled bright and thick. The seat bases in their obscene rows chimed a tiny, perfect bell note. Footings warming. Under the noise of storm came a second sound. The small, Honest clicks of metal tongues finding metal mouths. Click, 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 the aisle playing cabin like an instrument.
Put it out, Beth said.
She meant the fronds. She meant the night. She meant despair.
Now.
Lyle and Ortega went in without having to be told who they were. Lyle dragged a wet tarp from a stash and threw it over the nearest 30 feet of runway fire. Ortega kicked sand from the saturated band and smothered another stretch. The flame resisted with tidy insistence. Under the tarp it hissed. Along its length it searched for new fueled-away mouths searched for sugar. Behind them, Raft left the raft, God help him, and ran along the sift line with his tarp, scooping water that wasn't clean but was wetter than fire, flinging it like a fisherman. Rain took sides and came harder. Mara picked up the rules board like a weapon and smashed it down on flame. The paper went up in a soft lump and then collapsed to ash. The letters, NO names, NO night swims, we don't go where objects go, blackened, curled, and rose as smoke. Ash smeared her knuckles like a signature. The box laughed. Not a cackle. A delighted gasp, a child hearing a magic trick. Payment received. It chimed. Proceed. Not that, Mara snarled, and slammed the burning board down again. Ash flew like moths. Jonah shoved away from Sanaa's shoulder with indignant toddler physics and pointed his small palm at the shining aisle. Stop, he commanded, and the seatbelt clicking stuttered, faltered, obeyed in patches like a stadium wave dying in midsection. The toy airplane at the lip trembled, wanting. Again, Sanaa breathed. Stop, Jonah said, softer this time, and coughed rain. Lightning hit the reef. The sinkhole flashed, not bright, not light. Deep, rooms, wire, negative cathedral laid bare for a strobe's mercy. The shock thumped through sand and bone. The frond fireside lost its nerve in 3 places. Raft through tarp and water and words at the rest until the line broke, flame dying and wet, embarrassed at its own commitment. The aisle dimmed. The seat-foot chimes went shy. The box's LED blinked irregularly, as if it had forgotten how to keep time. Everyone back, Beth said. Her voice shook and did not apologize.
Now.
They pulled back in a ragged ring. Nia knelt, checking for stupid injuries, burns, slips, breaks, while rain wrote its alphabet over her back. Philip sat in the wet and shook like a dog and like a man, terrible and honest. Evan, soaked, leaned his shoulder into Philip's like forgiveness that would be invoiced later. I thought paying would make it stop, Philip panted. I thought if we gave it the... It never stops, Raft said, not unkind. He was soaked down to his scars and still holding the tarp like a shield between smaller fires and bigger ones. It learns. The storm swung in hard, then harder, then blew through like a rumor that had never been true. It left behind a left-handed quiet, palms dripping, sand written over in hieroglyphs of wind, fire a sulking heat that still gave heat. The cooler had inched 2 feet and then stopped as if shame had invented friction. The desalinator rattled and coughed, then went still with a little defeated sigh. Nia crawled to it and set her palm flat. Filters clogged, she said. She lifted the housing with the speed of need and the care of a priest. Inside, the membrane was coated in fine black scurf, the storm's gift. She touched it with one knuckle. The scurf wrinkled like old paint and stuck to her skin. It's in the system. We clean it, Beth said. We try, Nia said, and smiled the way you smile at a child the minute you tell them the shot won't hurt. The box, cheerful again because it had been taught how, pinged. Payment received. It repeated, pleased. Balance carried. Carried to what? Evan snapped, hollow with fatigue. To next statement date? Feast, the box said brightly. Balance due at feast. No, Beth and Sanaa and Mara said together, and that left no room for verbs. They rebuilt the fire in the curated chaos after rain. The world that comes when everything useful is wet and everything dangerous is dry. Lyle coaxed coals back to orange with a fisherman's incantations. Ortega sat with Philip in a silence that had weight and shape and no accusation. Evan wrung out the rules board remains and found the only whole piece of paper left, a rectangle with a corner of "We Listen Together" and a smear that could have been "Don't." He tucked it into his pocket like money. "New rule," Beth said, voice wrecked, spirit not. "No one lights anything without a second person saying so out loud." "Third," Nia said. "Fourth," Lyle added, because a chorus is stronger than a solo. Raph stood in the throat of the lagoon, wringing out his tarp with a violence that wasn't for the tarp. "It's going to push again at sundown," he called, softer. "They like schedules." "Let it," Beth said. She looked older and brighter, like a match lit twice. She set a coconut bowl by the fire and began to pass what they had, the little breakfast they could rebrand as dinner. "We eat out loud and noisy. We pay in songs." The wall of storm retreated the way big things leave, with second thoughts. Sky tore open to an evening that could have belonged to another world. The sinkhole resumed, pretending to be blue. The path of burned fronds smoldered along the center, like a bad idea cooling. The white crabs emerged from wherever they count and began to tidy. Char scraped up into neat heaped punctuation, belt tongues set in a row, a jaw wiped clean and offered sideways like a smile, asking to be returned. Mara fed the fire and then stood where the ash had used to be letters and felt the space where we don't had been. Her knuckles were gray to the nail beds. Rain had washed the black into the lifelines of her palm. She couldn't tell if that meant anything. "Tonight," Beth said, steadying her voice until it did what she needed. "We don't listen to the radio. We don't look at the hole. We talk so much the island has to take notes." They did. Nia told a long, patient story about a patient who had swallowed a key and then tried to pick their own lock. Lyle told about a hurricane party that had become a moving company and saved a neighbor's piano. Evan did bad comedy about data migration until someone genuinely snorted. Sanaa told the turtle story twice. Jonas applied stop at comic intervals and then yawned himself into agreement with sleep. Ortega said almost nothing, but when Raft tossed him a look, "You good?" he lifted 2 fingers and tilted his head for now. The box tried the boarding patter once, twice, gave up, sulked. The aisle refused to shine. When it played the fork-on-plate sound, nobody lifted a glass. When it whispered rotate in a voice that was nobody's, Ortega said abort, in a tone with the kind of weight only certain syllables earn. The word landed. The island didn't like it. The radio whispered it back 2 minutes later in static, annoyed and memorizing. "Teach it or no," Beth said, exhaling. "Make it pay to listen." By full dark, something like balance had the audacity to exist. Fire, circle, song, sinkhole, hum. Patience. The feast table did not return. The toy plane kept its nose an inch shy of the lip, as if waiting on a clearance no one would give. The cooler slept with its breath held. The desalinator sat like a patient waking from surgery who can't yet remember their name. Third watch found bedrock. Beth dozed with her palm over the burnt rules like a woman keeping a stubborn dog from running into a road. Evan walked the line with Raft's tarp draped over his shoulders against ocean chill. Raft on the reef whistled once, the kind of note you use with toddlers and storms. It meant okay. At the hinge of night and morning, the box pinged once more, almost shy. "Statement," it said. "Payment received. Remaining balance." "Shut up," Evan said kindly, and it did. Dawn undid the lid on the world. The storm had scoured the sky so clean it embarrassed their eyes. The beach looked different. Edges moved, scuffs smoothed, the aisle a gray scar that only memory could read. The sinkhole shone its weaponized blue and lied with grace. At the combed line, the crabs had left a new word, peanuts inlaid so deeply even wind would struggle to argue. Not pay, paid. Chapter 10, The Receipt. The word paid held like a stamp. The beach smelled like rain iron flat. The sinkhole wore its lie of blue. The crabs stood with their claws raised as if they had just signed for a package. "What did we pay?" Evan asked, voice croaky, eyes on the ash where the rules had been. "Because if that was the bill, I want it itemized." "The runway," Lyle said. "The board. The part of the night we won't ever get back." He squinted at the water. "Maybe the part of us that wanted a shortcut." Good, Beth said. Then it got the cheap part. Raft pulled closer. In daylight, he looked softer and worse. The wall of scars on his back had raised in the damp. The coin-punched puckered wound near his spine had flushed. He watched the paid with an expression that didn't fit any shelf. It always writes paid before it tries to be generous, he said. Like it wants a receipt for kindness. Generous how? Ortega asked. He had slept 4 minutes and looked like a man standing on the brakes of his own body. You'll see, Raft said. He shaded his eyes against a sky that had decided to be too clear. Make your fire bigger now. Call loud. They did both with the meanness of people stealing from their own reserve. The fire roared. They laid the SOS back down in fresh foam. Beth had them shake out every white scrap, every tray liner that hadn't gone to ash, every scrap of seat cushion foam. The letters gleamed big enough to shame the horizon. Evan stared at paid and snorted. If a rescue shows up and tells me I've hit my credit limit on life, I'm going to tell it to speak to my manager. Your manager's the tide, Mia said. Start negotiating. The sound came first, a thrum so big it made the sand jitter. Not the sinkhole's hum, not the radio. A blade beating air into submission. Every head tilted the way animals' heads tilt when the world arrives with whether it is making itself. Helicopter, Ortega said, before he had proof beyond bone. He laughed once, which he had not done in days. Real. That's real. The crabs tilted their clear heads, considering helicopter. They shuffled. The grid reappeared as if drawn by a hand that had practiced. Tight squares, a neat aisle. In its center, with a ceremony that would have been funny on any other Earth, they placed the toy airplane, nose at the lip. The box lit with delighted panic. Approach path confirmed. It chirped. Doors to automatic. Cross-check. Everybody brace, Beth said. Noise now. They had noise to give. The helicopter arrived over reef in a roar that turned the crabs to pale leaves in a wind and wrote new alphabets across the palms. Spray lifted and blew horizontal. The aircraft was big and ugly and beautiful, a green-bellied thing with a hoist door open and a human shape framed in it, clipped to a harness, waving as if they were in a parade none of them deserved. U.S. Coast Guard, the loudhailer said, loud and blessed. We see you. Stay clear of the water. We're dropping a basket on your mark. The island reacted like a jealous host watching an uninvited guest carry in a casserole. The sinkhole brightened from underneath, not with light, but with attention. The aisle shone, polished by nothing. The box cheered. If you are ready to... No, Beth shouted up and down and at the hole. She put both fists in the air like a marshaller on a runway and made the universal sign for hold. She pointed at a strip of sand well back from the lip. The crewman in the door touched headset to ear and gave her a thumbs up like a saint. Basket inbound, the loudhailer said. Wind your loose gear. The first basket descended, swinging, silver cage catching sunlight like an apology. It drifted, found the wind's current, steadied. The pilot kept the rotors over deep water. The downwash flattened the fire to a red oval and sent the crabs tumbling end over end in offended spirals. The island's hum went high and mean. Hold baby, Mia said to Sanaa, and don't move until I touch your elbow. Stop, Jonah whispered happily to the rotor wash, and the rotor wash, disinclined to obey, threw his hair into his eyes. Then the trick. The lagoon raised a reflection that wasn't. A second basket appeared below the first, perfect and upside down, except it wasn't a reflection because it didn't move with the wind. It hung still over the sinkhole like a coin on glass. Its cable was shadow and reached up into nothing. The aisle brightened in a line straight beneath it. The toy plane's shadow became a fresh mouth. It's mirroring. Evan shouted without looking away. It's printing a copy it can own. Everybody look at the sky, Beth yelled. Not down. Glasses. Raft called from the reef. Voice knife clean. Call the basket to you like a dog. Words work. Evan threw his arms wide. He had never in his life given a command anyone wanted to obey. He tried anyway. Here, he bellowed at the sky. Here, here, here. The crewman in the doorway saw him and dragged the boom. coaxing the swing. The real basket drifted toward Evan's flailing. The false one in the hole brightened, offended. The box, frantic, cycled through its scripts. 26 alive. Seats in upright position. It found nothing that would make them say yes. It pinged an apology to the hole. The first basket hit sand and toppled as the pilot, fighting the rotor, and the lies underneath let it down. The crewman pointed at Beth, then at his eyes, then at the basket. You first. Then the kid. Then, no, Beth mouthed and pointed at Sanaa and Jonah, and then at Nia, and then at Philip because forgiveness needed priorities. The crewman nodded. Thumbs flew. Buddy sleeves, Beth said, a rope of a voice. Stay linked until your turn. Do not look at their version. The false basket drifted a gentle foot over the aisle. It scissored neatly through sunlight and shadow and waited like a smile. Sanaa put Jonah into Nia's arms for a heartbeat to tie the belt around the little stomach too big and too small for danger. Jonah frowned at the basket like a toddler told the playground was closing. Stop, he told it, and the false basket's edge stuttered a quarter-inch, as if confused by a command asked in a language it did not consider credentials.
Go, Beth said. Now.
Nia ran the last 2 steps to the real basket with the controlled disrespect of a nurse crossing a hallway with a heart in her hands. A wave lifted sand. Wind took breath. She set Jonah in, clipped him, clipped herself, and looked back. Don't feed my names to it, she told the whole earth. Never, Beth said. The hoist went up. The false basket rose in perfect chorus, just slower, just wrong. Jonah gripped the bars, eyes wide. Mouth stopped at the island below, and the false basket shivered more. The rotor beat turned the crabs to static. The sinkhole's hum raised to feral. The aisle went to mirror. The toy plane tilted on its little wheels and bumped into dark.
2, 3, 4.
The machine worked. Bodies became loads, and loads became tally marks, and the pile of remaining life got smaller and scarier. The false basket hovered, patient as an apex predator. It brightened so hard the air around it looked slick. Then the island tried a name. Not out loud. In the mouth. It folded Ortega's syllables in air and sent them at him the way a mother sends a clean shirt at a boy who has remembered every direction but why to come home. Pilot, the false basket urged. Rotate. Ortega swore, soft, a catechism of refusals. He put his hand flat against his chest as if checking altitude there. Abort, he said again, the word like a wheel chalked against a tire. He put his shoulder under Philip as the man stumbled toward the real basket and pushed him in. Take my verb, you parasite, he told the whole, and if the island understood, it did not say so. Raft stood on the reef with the raft's pole like a staff and watched the hoist work a geometry that hurt. He made up his mind. He pulled hard for the lip. Don't, Beth shouted. We don't need heroes. I'm bad at that, Raft grinned, which might have been a joke. He cut the raft 3 meters shy and went into his knees on the coral shelf, face set. You owe me nothing, he told them. But if it tries to take your no, I'll steal it back. The island heard steel and liked the taste. The false basket dipped as if to test the slack on their courage. The white crabs opened their claws in practiced unison and clacked them like tiny castanets. Mara shouldered the spear and looked at Beth. Beth looked at the last 3, the core of any ridiculous survival. The person who knew the maps, the person who kept the pulses, the person who made rules into walls. And at Evan, who had snuck out of the category called useless the minute he began to sing ugly. 2 more trips, she called to the door. The crewman threw a fast nod, thumb up, the language of yes that didn't require anyone to abandon no. Sanaa, hoisted and crying because the wind made tears blossom, kissed the air, her hand pressed flat to wire, mouthing stopped down at a planet. The crabs made a new word under the false basket, fast letters at speed. Now they wrote, furious and tidy. Later, Beth barked, and because she was the kind of adult the universe never seems to assign to you when you need them most, the air listened, as if it were a child. The second-to-last lift took Evan and Lyle and the sling-armed kid who had never stopped trembling. Evan, in the basket, looked straight up at a god he could forgive and put both hands to his mouth and yelled down. Stop stealing my lines. You petty ocean. The false basket flickered, confused, something like laughter traveling the short distance between physics and spite. The last lift was the kind that keeps postcards out of museum gift shops. Mara, Ortega, Beth, Philip, who had earned something impossible and unnameable, stood under a last pass as the pilot jockeyed against wind he didn't own. The cable swung. The sinkhole gave up pretense and sang in the pitch of blood. The box hurled everything it had left. Numbers, boarding calls, names. The aisle shone so perfect a nun could have used it to find God. Go, Beth told Mara and Ortega, because rules only matter if you'll break yourself on them last. They went. The basket took pilot weight and medic weight and surged an ugly foot because weight is honest, and air had to learn the math of new people. The false basket rose to kiss it in the mirror. Then the island made a final, small move, and of course it did it with economy. The toy plane at the lip tipped in, nose first, like a diver who had never known fear. No, Jonah bawled from a helicopter door, because toddlers are chemicals in human clothes. Stop. The toy froze. It hung, a centimeter of wood beyond the edge of hole. The false basket twitched. Its cable, shadow, and nerve kinked. You're clear, the crewman called, voice sawed by wind. We have time for one more pass. Hold. Beth looked at Philip. He was shaking with the annihilated relief of men who've been forgiven without deserving it. She looked at Raft. He stood with water licking his thighs, scars pulled tight, eyes pinned on the unroped, mirrored basket that hung over a hole he knew too well. He caught her look and shook his head half a degree. I am not built for leaving. Or, I don't get to pay this bill with survival. Or simply, stay human. Come, Beth yelled at him anyway, because duty includes the indignity of repeating yourself to people who don't consent to being saved. Raft smiled like a man closing a tab. Hold your names, he said, for the last time, and stepped back 2 inches so the water could own him at the ankles instead of the calves. Beth nodded once, in respect and fury. She stepped into the real basket, took Philip's sleeve, and yanked him in with her. If you see another me, she called down to Raft, to the white crabs, to the box, to the hole, to the island, and to every room under it, charge her extra. The hoist lifted. The false basket punched up. 2, desperate and drowned and hungry. It rose toward the real one like a mouth aimed at a throat. The cable sang. Wind tilted everything. Then Ortega, who had been born to answer certain verbs and had learned to say no to them, leaned out with one hand white-knuckled on the basket bar and the other holding the sphere. He didn't stab the fake. He stabbed the shadow of its cable in the air between worlds, as if he could pin a lie to a table. At the same instant, out on the reef, Raft reached into the foam and yanked hard on the old wire caught in the coral, the ancient aerial that lightning had lit like a skeleton in an X-ray. He pulled like a man arm wrestling a memory. The 2 gestures made a cross in the air, refusal and theft. The false basket jerked and then, impossibly, hilariously, beautifully, fell apart into rain. The aisle went dull. The hum went out in a gusty sigh like a stadium emptying. The box, affronted, coughed. Call failed. It said small. Please try again later. No thank you, Beth said into the wind, polite to the end. They lifted into a sky that had finally learned to be only sky. Wind clawed. Spray licked the basket as if requesting a taste for the road. The island fell away to a shape the brain could pretend to understand. Oval, lagoon, bruise of hole, chalk of foam. The ants of white crabs rewriting a story in letters too small to change them. Raft stood in the lagoon's throat, up to his thighs now, hand on the raft's pole, hair slicked back by salt and weather into a crown no city would allow. He looked up without his hand and nodded like a man at the last station before sleep. Jonah, little tyrant, little saint, put his palm out and, because he was who he was, told the whole place one last time. Stop. For a breath, the island did. The helicopter backed its fat belly away from the hungry blue, found open water, climbed. The crewmen hauled them in with a strength that had grown up honest. The door came shut. Air changed from world to machine. Sound became something you could count. Someone pressed a towel into Mara's hands, and her hands remembered what to do with towels. Nia checked everyone with the kind of skill that doesn't need lights. Evan sobbed and laughed into a harness and apologized to the harness for wetting it. Lyle sat down and forgot to be brave for exactly 3 seconds and then remembered again like a person checking a pocket for a key that had always been there. Ortega buckled without being told and then unbuckled just as fast because you don't practice that prayer here. Anyone else down? The crewman shouted over the throb. Beth looked at the shrinking oval and said the only true sentence she could. A man who can't leave yet. The crewman nodded once, grim and priestly. We'll call in a grid, he said. Storm's clearing. We'll. You won't find it, Raft would have said, and didn't, because he was busy not drowning. The helicopter turned its nose toward a line on the horizon that meant an after, and for the first time since fuses popped and oxygen masks pretended to be salvation, everyone let their bodies weigh what they weighed. The radio on the helicopter wasn't their radio. It was a different god. Clear channels, numbers that meant coordinates instead of sins. The pilot called them in. He spoke the flight number. He spoke names when the forms demanded, and the air did not punish him. He did not say rotate. He said home without meaning the island's trick of it. They watched the blue go to dark, then to nothing, then back to blue as the aircraft banked and the ocean argued with perspective. They were handed blankets. They put them around shoulders that had learned the taste of ash and salt and no. No one spoke for a while because the body, when given, chooses pause. Mara looked at her palm. The ash had sunk into her lifelines. She rubbed, and it stayed. She liked that. Sanaa counted Jonah's fingers with a greed that had nothing to do with money. Stop, he asked her, drowsy magnanimous. Stop. Later, she said, and kissed his ear because he would not remember this right, but his ear would, and that would do. Philip stared at the belt mark on his wrist. Nia touched his hand, gentle, professional, unforgiving, and he nodded without knowing what he was agreeing to. Evan leaned his head back and closed his eyes and smiled because he had just thought of a joke so bad he would live to tell it. Ortega sat with his hand on the basket gate and looked out. He felt the old, clean itch at the base of his skull, the runway itch, the part of a man that knows wing and lift on a level that outranks language. The voice that had always said rotate licked its lips. Abort, he whispered, kindly, to the part of himself that needed training wheels, and the part sat down. Beth held the towel someone had given her like a flag folded after a funeral. She stared at the words on the inside of her eyelids. N.O. names, we eat together. We don't go where objects go. We listen together. She would rewrite them in Sharpie on her bones if that's what it took. The crewman came by with bottled water. Real water. Nia sniffed it because she would always sniff things now and nodded. They drank. At some altitude that made the sea only a word, the loud hailer's voice, different now, soft in the cabin, said, sit tight, and Beth almost laughed, because language is dumb. They did not sit tight. They sat loose. They sat alive. They sat and felt the hum leave their bones in increments, like weather exiting a house through a chimney that had remembered its job. The coastline appeared with the theatricality of a curtain. A strip of land, roads like stitches, docks like combs. A circle of people on a pad made of paint and hope. They came down. A life began that had bathrooms and questions, and a long corridor of fluorescent lights where someone asked, kindly and stupidly, whether they wanted coffee. Papers were placed in hands that had last held spears and children and rules that had burned. Names were said and written, and nobody died of it. A man with a badge asked Beth how they had survived, and Beth said, rules. And he nodded like he was going to write that down and try it on a Wednesday. They gave their statements in rooms with chairs that did not try to eat them. The box did not talk in the corner because boxes in rooms like this knew how to be quiet. The radios all worked the way radios are paid to. Nobody offered them a feast. Mara took a shower in a room that had tile and forgiving mirrors. She put her palms against the wall and cried in the professional, efficient way of women who have saved strangers for a living and their own names for later. She dried her hands, and the ash didn't come off, and she decided that was a story she would tell when she could bear her voice. Sanaa put Jonah on a bed that had corners and taught him a new word. Done. Jonah said it twice, and went to sleep with his hand open. Philip sat on his own bed and stared at the band on his wrist until the print of the buckle started to fade, molecule by traitor molecule. Evan told a joke to a nurse who laughed because it was bad, and people who had been to the edge deserve bad laughter. Lyle stood on a balcony and smoked a cigarette he didn't want because sometimes you need a ritual with fire you control. He dropped it into a glass and watched it die small. He felt like something the sea had spit up in disgust and kept anyway. Ortega found a window in a hallway and leaned his forehead against it and watched the sky not demand a thing. He whispered abort once more because sometimes a body needs a bedtime story. Beth sat in a room where a woman with kind hands filled out forms. She wrote her name. Then she wrote it again, on purpose, to prove to no one that she could. The woman asked if there was anyone else to call. Yes, Beth said. There is a man named Raft, who is not a man's name. She watched the woman's face, knew this was a question that lived in the wrong room. We'll make a list, she said. We'll send boats, even if they find different water by the time they get there. Later, in a cafeteria that smelled like coffee and not like black tide, a television shaped the air with news they did not hear. The caption bar moved words around without teeth. The camera cut to a coastline with too much sky. The volume came up, responded to a flare sighting. Unknown object in the water. Fishermen reported a grid of. The footage jittered, refocused. On a beach that could have been any beach, a pale swarm moved like thought. The camera caught a line of combed sand and the edges of letters beyond what a lens would admit. Mara reached to turn it down. You don't want to hear? The nurse asked. We've been hearing, Mara said. We'll always hear. That can wait. They tried sleeping. That failed like any new skill. They tried quiet. That worked in slices. Nia took first nightmare watch in a room where no one needed it and sat with eyes open anyway because duty doesn't switch off. It just changes uniforms. The next day, a word that endured. The Coast Guard came with questions and maps. Beth stood at them like a cliff. She made them rewrite an SOP. If civilians say no, believe them. She asked them to list the names of everyone who had ever not made it off maps, and the man with the badge held her gaze long enough for respect to grow like mold. On the second morning, a package arrived at the front desk of the small rescue center in a plastic sleeve with a barcode. No return address. No stamps. It looked like a thing washed farsighted out of a sea that had eaten most of its memory and saved the spine. The clerk opened it because that was his job. Inside, a laminated card, a lanyard, the photograph smudged. The name clean, not Beth's, not her name at all. Sunhat, printed in neat block letters. The clerk took it to Beth. She looked at the card for a long time and then slid it flat across the counter as if sandboxing a virus. She smiled the smile of a woman who had groceries to buy and rain to beat and a boy to teach a word. Return to sender, she said. No forwarding address. What if this is from your? The clerk began and stopped because something in her face had made him smarter. Later, months, years after. Mara would sometimes wake at 3 with her hand closed around a USB stick that wasn't there. She would get up, pour water she could name, and listen to a hum that should not be in city appliances, and was anyway. She would write new rules on a pad by the sink and then tear them up because rules work best when you bring them into rooms and let them breathe. Ortega, asked to fly again, said not yet and gave a boy lessons in saying abort to goats he didn't know. Evan wrote a terrible blog post about friendship and didn't publish it and then, of course, did. Nia learned to get the taste of burnt sugar out of her mouth with cloves. Lyle went back to water and fished in the dull morning light like a man shaking hands with an old joke. Sanaa made turtle soup as a joke on the universe and didn't serve it. Philip went to churches he didn't believe in and told the air his own name until it bored of him. He wore a bracelet on the wrist the belt had tried to own. He took it off sometimes to look at skin that had learned its alphabet again. Beth kept a towel folded on the back of a chair at home, and on bad days she draped it over the back of her own neck and let the weight remind her of the half hour between fear and after. And Raft, because the world cannot be generous to every wish at once, stayed. He kicked his raft away from the island twice and returned. He sent a fish to shore without touching it. He watched the sinkhole breathe and scored his own hum against it and didn't teach it words unless it gave him silence first. Sometimes, at dusk, he set a toy airplane on the lip and told it stop, and it did, and he laughed like a man paying in counterfeit. Sometimes he sang. If you asked any of them, later, what the island had been, they would give you answers that would embarrass a lighthouse. If you asked them what they owed, they would say, no. If you asked what they paid, they would say, we didn't. We lived. Months after, on a Tuesday that had done nothing to deserve story, a crate washed up on a beach 2 countries away. Inside, a suitcase-sized box with no seams and a green LED. The customs man blinked at it. The box blinked back. 26 alive, it said, perfectly cheerful, and then, as if deciding to practice mercy, remembered the new word the island had learned and said it, soft and astonished, like a child proud of an ugly drawing.
No.